Welcome back, brothers, to Warhammer. Tonight's story, we dive into lore, the brutal civil war between the Blood Angels. Before getting mad, just be sure to like and comment any videos or topics you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe from the Emperor. I want to thank you guys for the support. I've been killing it like usual. Let's get into the video.
Baal Secundus did not raise children. It starved them, burned them, bled them, and left the survivors standing beneath a sky the color of old bruises, wondering whether endurance was a blessing or merely the slowest form of execution. The wind came down from the radiation flats in knives. It carried powdered bone, red dust, and the dry stink of reptile hides left too long beneath the white murder of the sun. Nothing grew there that did not bite, sting, poison, or flee. The mesas rose like broken teeth from a dead god's jaw, their flanks carved by ancient storms and older wars. Caves opened in them like wounds. Men lived in those wounds. Clans huddled in their shadows, wrapped in hides and scavenged plastic, worshipping the angel with cracked lips and empty stomachs. The broken Mesa clan had endured there longer than its oldest memory. It had buried fathers beneath cairnstones, fed children on lizard meat and bitter water, and sent its strongest sons into the red wastes whenever the sky burned with the arrival of angels. Rafen remembered the first time he saw one. He had been a boy then, though Baal Secundus made mockery of such words. His hands were already scarred from blade drills. His mouth already knew the taste of blood not his own. He stood on a ridge of sun-blasted stone with Arkio beside him, both of them wrapped in dust cloth and clan iron, both too proud to shield their eyes when the gunship descended through the furnace haze. It was black against the sun at first, a hard shape wreathed in heat shimmer. Then it grew wings of fire. Its engines screamed across the canyons, and every tribesman of the broken mesa lowered his head, not in fear. Fear was too small a thing for that moment. They bowed because every tale told beside corpse fires had become metal and thunder above them. The Thunderhawk landed upon the killing flat below the mesa, and its ramp fell open with a hiss of hydraulics. The angel who emerged wore red armor, not the red of clan paint, not the red of sunset. It was the red of arterial blood seen by firelight, deep and lacquered, polished until it reflected the wasteland in warped gleams. Gold marked the edges of his war plate. Black seals fluttered from his shoulders, inscribed with prayers that no clan elder could read. A winged blood drop gleamed upon his chest. His helm was under one arm, and his face was too beautiful for the world that had birthed them, too still, too pale, too carved. He looked upon the boys as a butcher looked upon meat, and as a priest looked upon offerings. Brother Sergeant Corris spoke only after the wind had emptied itself around him. "Stand forward." No one moved at first. Then Rafen stepped from the line. Arkio followed half a breath later. Rafen always remembered that half breath. He hated himself for remembering it. He hated that Arkio remembered it too. Corris descended the ramp, each footfall grinding dust beneath ceramite. His eyes passed over Rafen, measuring height, bone, breath, posture, scars. Then they moved to Arkio, younger, leaner, fierce enough that his hands trembled from restraint rather than fear. "You are bloodkin," Corris said. Rafen answered, "We are." Arkio said nothing. His jaw hardened. "Blood is not brotherhood," Corris said. "Blood is merely material. The angel will decide what may be forged from it." That was the first lesson. The trials began before sunset and did not end when the moons rose. They marched across salt flats, where the ground cracked beneath their bare feet and sliced them open. They carried stones marked with the winged chalice until boys collapsed and were left where they fell. They crossed gullies where pale things hunted by scent and dragged the slowest into crevices, screaming until the screaming became wet and then stopped. They drank rationed water from iron cups while the dead were counted without names. Survival was not praised. Praise was for warriors. Aspirants were not warriors. They were possibilities. Rafen endured in silence. He learned the rhythm of pain and made it a prayer. He watched the horizon and did not look back when others fell. Arkio endured differently. He laughed through split lips. He challenged older boys with his eyes. When exhaustion bent him, he straightened as soon as Chorus looked his way. He wanted the angel to see him. He wanted the red giant to know his name before it was given. At the radiation canyon, they were handed knives. The blades were not ceremonial. They were clan steel, ugly and sharp, weighted for killing. The boys were paired beneath the bleached ribs of some ancient beast half buried in the rock. Around them stood blood angels in crimson armor, silent as statues, their eye lenses black and unreadable. Chorus walked between the pairs. "You will bleed," he said. "You will cut. You will learn what your hands desire when your thoughts are stripped away. Restraint is not mercy. Restraint is mastery. Without mastery, you are carrion-wearing skin." The first duel ended with a boy's throat opened from ear to ear. His opponent stared as the body fell, expecting punishment. Chorus only said, "Again." Rafen fought 3 times. He wounded, disarmed, and stood back. Not because he was gentle. Gentleness had no place on Baal Secundus. He simply understood that every movement had purpose, and that killing without command was waste. Arkio fought like flame. His first opponent left the circle with tendons hanging from his forearm. His second lost teeth and half an ear. His third was larger, older, a ridge-born brute who drove Arkio into the dust and tried to break his skull against stone. Arkio bit into the boy's cheek, tore flesh loose, and drove his knife up beneath the ribs until blood poured over his wrist. He stopped only when Chorus seized him by the back of the neck and lifted him away. The wounded boy lived, barely. Arkio spat red meat into the dust and smiled through blood. Chorus studied him for a long moment. "There is hunger in you." Arkio lifted his chin. "Yes, Lord. Hunger kills the weak." "Yes, Lord." Chorus released him. "And crowns the damned." Years later, encased in crimson ceramite aboard the strike cruiser Belus, Arkio would still remember those words. He remembered them whenever veterans looked past him to Rafen. He remembered them when honors were given elsewhere, when praise came measured, when his elder brother's silence was mistaken for wisdom, and his own fire for recklessness. He remembered Baal Secundus beneath his boots, the blood in his mouth, Chorus's hand at his neck, and the sense that he had been seen and judged, but not yet chosen. By then, he was Adeptus Astartes, a son of Sanguinius, a blood angel. He had crossed the abyss between man and demigod, and the abyss had not been clean. The apothecaries had opened him beneath white lamps, while red-robed serfs chanted. Organs were implanted, bones were strengthened, blood was remade, dreams became weapons, pain became doctrine. The genocide of the angel took root within him, sacred and terrible, making of his flesh a chalice for glory and curse alike. Rafen endured the transformation with the same grim devotion he had shown in the wastes. Arkio endured it with clenched teeth and bright eyes, as though every incision were a door being cut open toward destiny. They became brothers twice over, once by blood, once by the chapter. Yet the second brotherhood did not erase the first wound. The blood angels taught beauty with one hand and annihilation with the other. Their halls were filled with art, statuary, illuminated scripture, and the solemn faces of martyrs wrought in gold. Their armor was burnished until it shone like wet blood beneath chapel candles. Their voices carried hymns older than worlds. They painted, carved, prayed, and remembered. Then they went to war. Rafen saw a blood angel punch through an orc's ribcage and tear out the creature's spine in a shower of black blood. He saw a sergeant crush a traitor's helm between both gauntlets until the skull inside burst like rotten fruit. He saw assault squads cross killing fields under fire, jump packs howling, descending upon enemy ranks with chainswords screaming, and where they landed, there were no lines, only butchered meat and red armor standing amid steam. The sons of Sanguinius were noble because they chose not to become what their blood begged them to be. Arkio did not understand that at first, not fully. Rafen tried to tell him after the cleansing of Gethsemane Hollow, where a mutant host had been driven into the furnaces beneath a hive shrine and burned by order of the chapter. The air outside the furnace gates had reeked of fat, promethium, and cooked bone. Mortal militia had wept in gratitude, while the blood angels washed gore from their armor in silence. Arkio had watched the flames for a long time. They looked at us as if we were deliverance, he said. Rafen had removed his helm. Soot streaked his pale face. His eyes were dark, steady, and older than his years. We are not deliverance. Arkio turned to him. What are we then? We are punishment given discipline. Arkio smiled faintly. You make glory sound like penance. Rafen's answer came cold and reverent. We are not angels because we are pure, Arkio. We are angels because we do not permit the beast to rule us. Arkio had looked back at the furnace gates. Something inside them collapsed with a wet roar, and sparks spiraled upward like souls denied ascension. And if the beast wins wars, he asked, then the beast will demand to command them. Rafen left him with that. The Belus carried them to war again, beneath the authority of captains, priests, and the pale scrutiny of Inquisitor Ramius Stile. The Inquisitor was a narrow man in black and crimson robes, his face long, ascetic, and composed with the practiced sorrow of one who had ordered many deaths and called each of them necessary. A rosette hung at his breast. Scripture covered the inside of his sleeves. Servo skulls drifted around him like obedient carrion birds. He spoke softly, which made warriors listen. He prayed often, which made fools trust him. Arkio did not think Stele a fool. That was why he listened. Their quarry was a relic older than most imperial claims upon the sector, a weapon bound to the memory of the great angel himself, the Spear of Telesto. Even its name changed the temperature of a chamber. Veterans fell silent when it was spoken. Sanguinary priests made the sign of the chalice. The blood angels did not treat it as an artifact. They treated it as an accusation. To recover such a relic was not mere duty. It was lineage made manifest. It was a question asked of every son of the blood. Are you worthy of what your father left behind? The trail led them to a dead manufacturer moon infested by orcs, a place of iron valleys, collapsed forge stacks, and ash storms thick enough to blind Auspec's returns. The greenskins had overrun the excavation sites and turned sacred ruins into scrapyards, daubing glyphs across angelic stonework and welding crude gun towers atop reliquary vaults. Their engines belched black smoke into the sky. Their war cries rolled across the plains like avalanche thunder. The blood angels struck before dawn. Thunderhawks came in low through the ash. Engines masked until the last moment. Drop pods slammed into the manufacturum districts like meteors hurled by an angry god. Baal predators roared from landing ramps, assault cannons spinning to life, heavy bolters hammering shell storms through mobs of greenskins. Tactical squads advanced with bolters raised, each shot a detonation inside meat. Orc heads burst, chests opened in red-black fountains, arms spun away, still gripping axes. Bodies too stupid to know they were dead took 3 more steps before collapsing. Then the assault squads fell. They came out of the murk on wings of fire. Jump packs screamed. Crimson figures descended through flak and smoke, chainswords igniting in a chorus of hungry teeth. Arkio landed first among a knot of orc knobs gathered around a looted shrine gate. His boots cracked the stone. His blade rose. The first orc swung a cleaver large enough to split a mortal man in half, but Arkio slipped beneath the blow and drove his chainsword through the creature's belly. The weapon screamed as it climbed, chewing organs, spine, and lung before bursting out through the shoulder in a fan of dark gore. He fired his bolt pistol into another orc's face at arm's length. The mass-reactive shell punched through tusk and skull, detonating inside the brain pan. Bone fragments sprayed across Arkio's chest plate. He was already moving. Rafen saw him through smoke and muzzle flash. a red shape where the fighting was thickest. Too far forward, always too far forward, but glorious. There was no denying it. Arkio moved with a savage grace that belonged in stained glass and nightmare. He did not merely kill, he drew eyes. Even as bolters roared and greenskins died in heaps, warriors watched him. Brother Sergeant Chorus watched too. Older now, scarred by wars that had taken much of his flesh and replaced it with augmetic discipline, Chorus fought nearby with a power sword in one hand and a bolt pistol in the other. He cut down an orc, attempting to flank Rafen, then looked toward Arkio, as the younger warrior vaulted atop a wrecked gun platform and drove his blade down through the skull of the orc boss commanding the yard. The boss fell, twitching, its brain spilling through split bone onto the sacred stone it had defiled. Arkio stood over it, black blood running from his armor, his helm lenses burning red through the ash. The greenskins faltered. The blood angels advanced. It was not mercy that followed. It was execution. Flamers washed trenches in white heat. Devastators tore apart scrap walkers with missile fire. A dreadnought strode through a barricade, its sarcophagus marked with golden wings, its blood fist closing around an orc and compressing the creature until it ruptured in every direction. Mortal auxiliaries following behind the Astartes found only wreckage, burning bodies, and the occasional greenskin still trying to crawl with its lower half missing. The blood angels gave those no words. A bolt round was benediction enough. Rafen reached Arkio at the entrance to the sealed reliquary vault. The younger warrior was breathing hard, not from exhaustion, but from battle fever. Blood steamed on his armor. There were fragments of bone caught in the teeth of his chainsword. "You broke formation," Rafen said. "I broke their command. You risked the line. I won the ground." Rafen stepped closer. Around them, serfs and tech adepts hurried forward under guard, preparing rites to breach the vault. Chorus stood beyond them, listening, saying nothing. "Victory does not sanctify disobedience," Rafen said. Arkio removed his helm. His face was spattered black with orc blood, and beneath it his features were bright, almost radiant. He smiled as if the accusation were a brother's embrace. "You sound like Chorus. You should hope to earn such condemnation." Arkio's smile thinned. Before he could answer, Inquisitor Steely approached. The ash did not seem to cling to him. His robes moved in the wind like funeral cloth. He looked at the slaughtered orcs, the broken barricades, the red angels standing among the dead, and lastly, at Arkio. "Brother Arkio," he said, "the Emperor marks his instruments long before they understand the hand that guides them." Rafen looked at the Inquisitor. Arkio did not. He held the words as if they were water offered in a desert. "My lord," Arkio said, bowing his head. Steely's gaze lingered upon him with paternal warmth so slight that only a hungry soul would notice it. "You fought with conviction." "I fought as the chapter requires." "No," Steely said gently. "You fought as history sometimes requires." Rafen felt something cold pass through him, despite the heat of the burning yard. The vault opened with a sigh like a tomb exhaling. Inside, the air was untouched by orc filth. Lamps woke one by one along the walls, revealing carved angels, sealed reliquaries, and dust lying thick over marble veined with red. At the chamber's heart stood a stasis field, faintly golden, humming with power drawn from machines that had endured while empires of rust rose and fell outside. Within the light rested the spear. Arkio went still. Rafen saw reverence take him first. That was proper. Every son of Sanguinius felt it. The relic was long, elegant, and terrible, its blade shaped like a tear drawn into killing form, its haft marked with devices older than their oaths. It was beautiful in the way a falling sword was beautiful. It promised death, refined into purpose. The sanguinary priest began the rites. Chorus knelt. Rafen knelt with him. Around the chamber, blood angels lowered their heads. Arkio remained standing for a heartbeat too long. Then he knelt. No one rebuked him. Perhaps no one noticed. Rafen did. In the stasis glow, Arkio's reflection shimmered along the spear's blade. Crimson armor, blood-marked face, eyes wide with awe. A son of Baal Secundus, born in dust, remade in pain, kneeling before the memory of a murdered Primarch. Then the reflection changed, only for a heartbeat. The chamber fell away in Arkio's sight. The ash, the vault, the kneeling warriors, even Rafen beside him became distant and thin. In the blade he saw wings, vast and golden, unfurling through fire. He saw a figure haloed in white radiance, too beautiful to name, too wounded to live, too glorious to remain dead. Blood fell from that vision like rain. It touched Arkio's reflected face and became light. His breath caught inside his chest. The figure looked at him, or seemed to. Or perhaps Arkio only wanted it to. Behind him, Inquisitor Stile watched in silence, his pious face unreadable, his eyes calm as a blade sliding between ribs. The Belus received the spear of Telesto as if it had taken aboard the bone of a saint and the heart of a weapon capable of murdering worlds. No triumphal chant filled the reliquary deck. No mortal choir was permitted to raise its thin voices in celebration. The chamber chosen for the relic had been stripped of all ornament not already sanctified by chapter rite. Adamantine shutters sealed the viewports. Wards were painted in arterial red upon the bulkheads. Incense smoked from braziers suspended on silver chains, thickening the air until every breath tasted of myrrh, heated metal, and old blood. Servitors stood motionless along the walls, their blind eyes stitched shut, their mouths sewn closed after the final purity canticles had been loaded into their dead minds. The spear rested inside a stasis cradle at the chamber's heart. Around it, tech priests of the Adeptus Mechanicus moved with insectile precision, their crimson robes whispering across the black deck plates. Mechadendrites clicked and unfolded. Auspex arrays breathed green light across the relic's casing. Vox grills murmured Binharic litanies too rapid for unaugmented ears, a stream of machine prayer that rose and fell like static passing through a cathedral organ. At intervals, one of the priests would pause, incline his hooded head, and touch two metal fingers to the stasis field, as if expecting the relic to answer. The sanguinary priests watched them with cold restraint. There were few sights in the Imperium more dangerous than servants of Mars, examining what the sons of Sanguinius considered holy. Brother Sakiel stood nearest the cradle, his white armor lit by the spear's lambent glow. His grail-shaped narthecium rested against his vambrace. His face was uncovered, beautiful in the austere manner of the chapter, yet his eyes carried the severity of a mortuary blade. He did not trust the tech priests. He did not trust the stasis cradle. He did not trust the silence of the relic. He trusted only blood, lineage, and the wound of memory every blood angel carried within him. Rafen knelt with the others. The blood angels had formed a half circle before the relic, helms held beneath their left arms, heads bowed, right fists pressed to the deck. Crimson armor gleamed in the low light. Purity seals stirred in the machine-breathed air. Not one warrior spoke. Their silence was not emptiness. It was discipline laid over awe, the iron lid placed upon the furnace of reverence. Arkio knelt beside Rafen, but his eyes did not lower for long. The spear held him. Rafen saw it. He did not need to turn his head. Brotherhood had given him that sense before the gene seed deepened it into something sharper. Arkio breathed too slowly. His hands were too still. The reverence in him was changing shape, hardening from devotion into possession. The spear's blade floated within the stasis field, pale and perfect, a teardrop drawn into lethal geometry. It seemed impossible that such a thing could exist among cable bundles, deck plating, and machine wards. It belonged in the hand of a being half legend and half wound. It belonged to memory. It belonged to the dead. Arkio looked at it as if it had been waiting for him. When the rite ended, Sachiel spoke the closing words in a voice that carried through the chamber like a verdict. By the blood of the angel, by the death of the angel, by the shame of those who endure after him, let no unworthy hand claim what was born in glory. Every blood angel answered as one, by his blood we endure. Arkio's voice was the loudest. Rafen rose after the others. Chorus rose more slowly. The old sergeant's armor bore fresh scars from the Orc War, and one of his augmetic fingers clicked as he flexed it. His gaze went from the spear to Arkio, then to Rafen. He said nothing. Silence had always been one of Chorus's blades. Inquisitor Ramius Stele waited beyond the circle, robed in black and crimson, hands folded at his waist. He had not knelt. No one had required it of him. The rosette at his breast carried the authority of the throne, and men had burned for asking lesser servants of the Inquisition to justify their posture before saints. His expression was pious. His eyes were patient. When the blood angels departed the reliquary chamber, Stele joined them in the corridor outside. The Belus groaned around them as it translated deeper along its war course. Bulkheads trembled faintly. Somewhere far above, void shields throbbed with restrained lightning. Mortal crew moved aside as the Astartes passed, pressing themselves against the walls, eyes lowered, lips twitching with prayers they were too frightened to speak aloud. Stele walked beside Arkio, as if by accident. "You watched the relic with reverence," the Inquisitor said. Arkio did not look at him. "It is worthy of reverence." "Indeed, yet reverence is not fear. Many confuse the two." Rafen walked ahead with Chorus, but his transhuman hearing caught every word. Arkio answered after a moment, "A relic of the angel should inspire both. A lesser soul might say so." Stele's tone remained gentle, almost admiring. "But some burdens are hidden from lesser souls, because fear is the only shape their faith can take. Others are born to stand closer to the flame." Arkio's stride did not falter, but something in him leaned toward the words. "I am no more than a battle brother of the chapter." "Humility is a virtue," Stele said. "False humility is sometimes cowardice dressed in white robes." Arkio stopped. Rafen turned then. The corridor seemed to narrow around them. The mortal crew froze where they stood. Chorus looked back with the weariness of one who had seen blades drawn long before hands touched hilts. Arkio's voice was level. "Choose your next words with care, Lord Inquisitor." Stele bowed his head by the smallest degree, the gesture perfectly measured, neither apology nor submission. "I speak only of duty. The Emperor does not always tell his instruments what they are before he places them against the throat of history." No rebuke came. No accusation could be formed cleanly enough to strike. Stele had offered no heresy, no ambition, no explicit poison, only sanctified language, only a door left open. Arkio walked on. Rafen watched him go. Chorus came to his side. The old sergeant's voice was low enough that only a son of Sanguinius could have heard it beneath the ship's iron murmur. "You hear it. I hear flattery. No, you hear a hook entering flesh." Rafen kept his gaze on Arkio's retreating form. He is proud. He is young. He is Astartes. Astartes' pride topples worlds, brother. Mortals envy coin, warmth, rank, women, breath. We envy significance. We name it service. We armor it in oath. We paint it red and kneel before it. Rafen said nothing. Chorus's scarred mouth tightened. A son of Sanguinius may drown in blood and still call it baptism. Far from the consecrated decks of the Belus, beyond the Geller fields and the armored skin of the strike cruiser, the warp pressed itself against reality like a face against glass. There, in a place that had no true direction and no honest color, a thing listened. Malphalax had worn many shapes across the centuries of mortal terror. It had been a bird with 1,000 human eyes. It had been a crowned scholar whose books were written on living skin. It had been a serpent devouring its own prophecy. It had answered prayers never spoken aloud, and whispered blasphemies in voices stolen from saints. To name it a lord of change was to give grammar to a storm, and the storm was amused by grammar. It watched through stele. The Inquisitor's soul had not shattered in a single moment. Such endings were vulgar. He had been cut by truths, then healed with lies, then cut again, each wound narrow enough to call enlightenment. The word-bearers had not needed to drag him screaming into damnation. They had shown him scripture with one line altered. They had shown him duty with one object shifted. They had shown him the Imperium as a corpse that required miracles, and then had offered him the knife with which to carve one. Now he served, not as a frothing cultist, not as a beast wearing parchment and screaming demon names in the dark. He served as a scalpel serves the hand, cleanly, quietly, with purpose. The word-bearers had understood what beasts and fools had failed to understand. The blood angels would not be broken by tempting them toward ugliness. They knew ugliness too well. They carried it in their veins, chained beneath hymns and art and discipline. They would be turned through beauty, through hope, through the unbearable wound left by Sanguinius. One did not conquer angels by showing them hell. One offered them heaven with a drop of poison in the chalice. Arkio slept 3 hours after the rite, and in that sleep Stele came to him, not in flesh, not openly, not even as a voice that might be remembered with certainty. He came as pressure beneath dream, as a hand between vertebrae, as a warmth along the spine. Arkio saw Baal Secundus beneath him, saw the broken mesa, saw Raphan stepping ahead of him into the dust while the Thunderhawk descended. He saw Chorus's eyes judging him. He saw the spear burning inside a chamber of gold. Then he saw wings. Pain entered him like light. His body arched upon the stone slab of his arming cell. The auto-senses in the chamber flickered. Candles guttered though no wind touched them. Arkio's fused ribs strained against the strength of his own flesh. His hearts thundered. Blackness crawled beneath his skin at the base of his neck, not like infection, but like ink, learning the shape of veins. He woke with his hand around the throat of the serf assigned to rouse him. The man's boots kicked against the deck. His eyes bulged. A thin stream of urine darkened his robe. Arkio released him. The serf fell and vomited, clutching at his crushed windpipe, breath whistling wetly between broken cartilage. Arkio stared at his hand. There was no rage in him. That frightened him more than rage would have. "Leave," he said. The serf crawled away. Arkio sat alone in the red gloom of his cell until the tremor left his fingers. When he prayed, the words came easily, too easily, as if something beneath his thoughts already knew the shape of devotion and wore it better than he did. The distress call from Cybele reached the Belus during the third watch. It came broken by static, layered with screams, Binharic corruption, and the dull thunder of orbital bombardment. The astropaths who received it bled from the eyes before the message was fully drawn from the warp. One bit through his tongue. Another began reciting burial catechisms in a voice not his own until the ship's guards shot him through the skull. The message was enough. Cybele, burial world of the Orion Reach, was under assault. Its coordinates appeared above the strategium table in pale light. A world of mausoleum continents and ossuary cities turned slowly in hololithic silence, its surface marked by impact flares. Funerary spires rose from every major landmass. Necropolis avenues stretched for hundreds of miles, lined with the tombs of noble houses, martyr regiments, ecclesiarchal confessors, and nameless dead whose bones had been ground and mortared into the very walls. Cybele had no true cities, only layered tombs where the living served the dead until they joined them. Now those tombs were split open by war. Orbital strikes had cracked burial plains from horizon to horizon. Mass graves yawned beneath bombardment, spilling ancient bones into the open air. Cathedrals of remembrance burned with green and crimson flame. Vox towers transmitted prayers, then screams, then the chanting of voices that should never have carried across imperial frequencies. The word-bearers had come. Their sigil appeared in the projection, pulsing in dark red. Rafen heard a growl pass through the gathered blood angels. It did not come from one throat. It came from many. The sons of Sanguinius hated all traitors, but the word-bearers carried a particular obscenity. They had made betrayal into theology. They had given treachery a pulpit and called damnation truth. Captain Ideon gave the order to translate. The Belus entered Cibele's war zone with guns loaded and launch bays opening. Arkio stood among the assault companies while the arming servitors sealed his plate around him. His armor locked into place with hisses of pressure and clicks of sanctified mechanisms. Red ceramite enclosed him. The helm descended. Runes lit across his vision. His heart slowed. His thoughts sharpened. The pain in his spine became a bright line. He welcomed it. Thunderhawks dropped through a sky full of ash and flak. Cibele rose beneath them, grey and black and burning. Mausoleum towers stabbed upward through smoke. Processions of refugees clogged the avenues below, dragging reliquaries, corpse carts, and icons, while shells burst among them. The dead outnumbered the living on Cibele, but the living were dying with admirable haste. The first blood angels landed near the sepulchre gate of a siren, where a demi-company had been pinned beneath the collapse of a colossal mausoleum wall. Word-bearers occupied the upper terraces, firing down through dust and broken statuary. Their armor was crimson too, but darker, like dried blood beneath candle smoke, covered in scripture, flayed parchment, and demon-worked brass. They advanced to the rhythm of their own chanting, bolters cracking in measured volleys, as if every shot were a punctuation mark in a sermon. Their dark apostle stood upon a broken tomb angel, Crozius raised, helm crowned with horns. "Betrayal is revelation," he called across the Vox, in a voice thick with ecstasy. "Loyalty is the first lie. Kneel, sons of the corpse god, and be taught the truth beneath your father's wings." Arkio answered before command did. His voice crossed the Vox net with impossible clarity. Some warriors later swore he had not keyed his transmitter. Others insisted the signal rune never flashed beside his name. Yet every blood angel heard him. No. One word, cold as a blade laid upon an altar. Then Arkio led the charge. He did not wait for the full deployment pattern. He did not wait for Devastator Overwatch to finish triangulating the terrace guns. He saw the pressure point and struck it. His assault squad ignited jump packs and rose through falling stone, flame wash scattering ash and bone dust in spirals. Rafen cursed and followed with the second wave. Arkio hit the upper terrace amid a cluster of word-bearers reloading behind a line of chained prisoners. The prisoners were Cyberlan mortuary wardens, their faces branded with blasphemous script, their bodies wired with charges. Arkio saw them. He also saw the heavy bolter teams behind them, sweeping fire into the pinned blood angels below. He made his choice without hesitation. Fire through! For a heartbeat, even his squad hesitated. Arkio fired first. His bolt pistol kicked in his fist. The first shell took a warden through the sternum and detonated, blasting ribs, lungs, and spine across the word-bearer behind him. The others obeyed. Bolter fire ripped through the prisoners, bursting them apart in wet, red clouds. The charges strapped to their bodies detonated an instant later, shredding the barricade and staggering the traitors behind it. Arkio was already among them. His chainsword opened a word-bearer from hip to throat, teeth shrieking through corrupted plate and the meat beneath. He drove his shoulder into another, smashed him against a tomb pillar, then punched his gauntlet through the traitor's helm. The face inside collapsed under the blow, bone and brain spraying out through the cracked rear seal. Arkio tore his hand free and fired twice into the body as it fell. Below, the pinned blood angels rose from beneath the collapsed mausoleum wall and surged forward. Rafen landed hard beside Arkio, his own blade wet with traitor blood. You killed the prisoners. I killed the guns. They were loyal servants of the Imperium. They were cover for heretics. Arkio turned toward the next terrace. Mourn them when the line is secure. Rafen wanted to answer. There was no time. The word-bearers counter-attacked with possessed cult militia and a squad of legionaries bearing flame weapons inscribed with warp script. The cultists came first, chanting until Blood Angel's fire blew them apart. They climbed over their own dead, smiling with split lips, clutching blades made from grave iron. One reached Arkio and stabbed at the joint behind his knee. Arkio seized the man by the skull and crushed until the head gave way between his fingers. A jet of cursed flame washed over him a moment later. Rafen saw Arkio vanish in the burning. Warning runes screamed across the squad net. The heat should have driven even an Astartes back, should have scorched seals, cooked flesh beneath plate, forced a tactical withdrawal. Arkio walked through it. His armor blackened, parchment seals curled into ash. Still he advanced, chains ward low, bolt pistol raised. The word-bearer with the flamer faltered. Arkio shot out his knee, stepped inside the weapon's arc, and cut both of the traitor's arms away before driving the spinning teeth into the exposed neck joint. The helm came free in a spray of blood and cable. Cheers rose over the Vox. Not mortal cheers. Astartes' voices, hard and controlled, but charged with something perilously close to awe. Rafen heard them. He also heard Arkio's voice carrying again, clear over static and shellburst, reaching squads on channels he should not have been using. Forward, sons of the Angel. Their scripture is ash. Their gods are carrion. Break them upon the dead they came to defile. And they obeyed. The terrace fell, then the gate, then the sepulchre avenue beyond it. Arkio's instincts became the shape of the battle. He abandoned the measured advance and struck at icons, vox shrines, apostolic banners, command knots. He did not merely seek to kill the word-bearers. He sought to shame them in the language they understood. Every dark altar taken was shattered in public. Every preacher slain was thrown from a height. Every blasphemous banner was burned beneath the winged blood drop. It worked. The word-bearers had come to write a sermon in slaughter. Arkio tore out its tongue. By nightfall, if night could be said to exist beneath a sky burning with orbital war, the sepulchre gate belonged to the Blood Angels. The dead lay in heaps so thick that armor boots sank into them. Broken sarcophagi spilled mummified remains among fresh corpses. Blood ran down the steps of the mausoleum complexes and steamed where promethium fires touched it. The air tasted of dust, hot metal, and ruptured bowels. Chorus found Rafen beside a shattered statue of Sanguinius, whose face had been shot away. "You saw him," the old sergeant said. Rafen did not ask whom he meant. He won the gate. He broke the line to do it. He saved our brothers. He spent the mortals without pause. Rafen looked toward the plaza below, where Arkio stood surrounded by blood angels. Even veterans inclined their heads as he spoke. His armor was scorched black in places. His blade was ruined. His posture was unbowed. "He has become effective," Rafen said. Chorus gave a dry, humorless sound. "So is a virus." Rafen turned to him. The old sergeant's eyes remained fixed on Arkio. "Do not mistake me. He is brave. He is gifted. He may be touched by something vast, and that is precisely why you must fear for him. The chapter loves beauty around violence. We are blood angels. We are all fools before a glorious death." Rafen said nothing, because every word of denial would have sounded like prayer. Later, when the wounded were sealed in red sarcophagus stretchers and the dead were gathered for gene seed recovery, Arkio returned alone to the temporary chapel established in the lower crypt of the captured gatehouse. He dismissed his serfs. He removed his helm. Then, piece by piece, he unlocked his armor. The scorched plates came away with hisses of pressure. His body beneath was pale, transhuman, marked by old scars and new bruising. The flamer had burned through several underlayers. His skin should have blistered. It had not. Arkio stood before a cracked mirror of polished black stone taken from the tomb wall. Candlelight moved across his reflection. Slowly he turned, looking over his shoulder at his back. There was blood beneath the skin near his spine. Not a bruise, not a wound. A thin red darkness branching beneath the flesh, pulsing gently with each beat of his heart. Something moved there. Arkio's jaw tightened. His hand closed around the edge of the stone basin before him. The rock cracked beneath his fingers. For a moment, he imagined calling Satiel. He imagined calling Rafen. He imagined Chorus's eyes, hard with judgment. He imagined Steely's voice, soft with understanding. The thing beneath his skin shifted again. Pain climbed his spine like a prayer being written by a knife. Arkio closed his eyes. "By his blood," he whispered. No answer came from the chapel. No angel descended. No warning bell sounded. Only the candles burned, and the dead waited in their walls. And far above, the belus circled Cybele like a crimson blade. Arkio opened his eyes and finished the oath. "We endure." Then he said nothing more, clothed himself in robes of mourning red, and returned to prayer. Cybele burned in layers. The upper atmosphere burned first, scarred by lance fire and the descent of wreckage. Stricken orbital platforms broke apart above the world, shedding molten fragments that fell through the clouds like the tears of a murdered god. Below them, the cities burned. Not cities in the manner of living worlds, not hive stacks full of commerce and waste heat, but necropolises vast enough to be seen from orbit, continents of tombstone and reliquary bronze, ossuary avenues, mausoleum spires, corpse chapels, funeral districts, processional roads, and black memorial plazas where the dead had been named for 10,000 years. Now the names were ash. The word-bearers had not come merely to conquer Cybele. Conquest would have been too clean, too honest, too small. They came as desecrators, with bolters in their hands, and scripture carved into their armor, advancing through the smoke in the wake of orbital bombardment. They cracked open corpse cathedrals with siege shells and dragged ancient saints from their crystal coffins. They toppled marble angels and chained flayed mortals to their wings. They broke reliquary towers so that mummified nobles spilled into the streets in dry avalanches, golden death masks clattering across stone amid fresh blood and burning parchment. Memory itself was under assault. The dead of Cybele had lain in order for millennia, stacked by rank, sanctity, debt, and sacrifice. Generals slept beneath generals, cardinals beneath cardinals, martyrs beneath regimental banners that had turned brittle with age. Now bones from 100 crusades lay trampled beneath the boots of cult militia. Noble skulls rolled through gutters clogged with offal. Wreaths of preserved laurel burned with corpse fat. Across the open vox, mortal defenders screamed prayers, coordinates, pleas for extraction, and final confessions over one another until the channels became a single animal noise. The blood angels answered with dissent. The belus came through Cybele's outer fire in a storm of void shield lightning, its hull blackened by near misses, its launch bays vomiting wrath. Thunderhawks punched through the flat corridors with engines howling, their wing guns hammering at traitor emplacements along the sepulchral ridges. Fire trails followed them through the poisoned clouds. Behind them came drop pods like iron meteors, burning red as they fell toward plazas packed with the dead and the dying. The first wave was assault troops. They struck before the enemy could turn their guns from the sky. Crimson shapes fell through smoke and shell burst, jump packs screaming, landing amid the shattered landing yards of the eastern necropolis. Their impact broke flagstones and bodies alike. They rose from crouches with chainswords already snarling. Cult mobs surged to meet them, ragged men in stolen burial robes. their skin branded with words from forbidden scripture, their eyes bright with the joy of damnation. They came chanting. The blood angels did not chant back. They killed. Chainswords met torsos and tore men open from shoulder to groin. Bolt pistols barked, and heads burst in wet red flashes. A jump pack's wash ignited funeral shrouds, wrapping cultists in sudden flame as they stumbled forward with arms outstretched, still praising the powers that had made them meet. Red armored giants moved among them with terrible grace, too fast for mortal sight to follow, and when they passed, there remained only limbs, smoke, shredded robes, and a mist of blood settling upon the faces of the dead in their wall niches. The second wave followed. Tactical squads secured the reliquary avenues with measured fire, advancing behind overlapping bolter lines. Every shot had purpose. Every target was judged, marked, and erased. Devastators established fire lanes from the balconies of broken mausoleums, their heavy weapons thundering down processional roads turned into killing trenches. Rhinos pushed through drifts of ash and bone, their dozer blades grinding open paths for the infantry. Land raiders rolled behind them like mobile shrines, Lascannons spitting white fury through traitor armor. Baal predators came last through the smoke, engines growling, assault cannons cycling until their barrels glowed, raking the enemy from behind carved tomb walls and shattering ranks of cult infantry into steaming pulp. The Blood Angels took ground as if conducting a rite. First the sky, then the landing zone, then the avenue, then the gate, then the throat. Rafen fought in the shadow of a fallen statue whose wings had crushed half a platoon of Cyberland defenders when it came down. Their bodies lay beneath the marble feathers, limbs protruding, blood spreading beneath the dust. He stepped over them without looking down. To pause would not honor them. To kill quickly might. Chorus fought beside him. The old sergeant had taken the left flank of the advance through the Avenue of Last Benedictions, a road lined with black stone sarcophagi and iron censers that had not gone cold in centuries. Word-bearer cultists had raised barricades from coffin slabs and the bodies of mortuary guards. Behind them stood legionaries in crimson and brass, firing in disciplined volleys, each burst of bolter fire accompanied by the drone of amplified blasphemy from a dark apostle somewhere deeper within the district. Rafen's squad moved through the fire in short, brutal bounds. Brother Cale took a bolt round to the chest and staggered, his breastplate cracked, but not breached. Brother Numion answered with his plasma gun, the weapon flaring sun-bright, burning a traitor's upper body into vapor and leaving the legs standing for half a breath before they collapsed. Rafen raised his bolter and fired twice into a cult icon bearer. The first shell removed the man's ribs, the second took his head and the black iron symbol behind it. Through it all, the mortal Vox traffic worsened. East Gate lost. By the throne, they are inside the ossuary. Do not let them take the catacomb engines. Repeat, do not let them take the catacomb engines. Mother of mercy, they are wearing the faces of the dead. Command, respond. Command, in the name of the Emperor, respond. Then the screaming began to overwhelm the words. It spread across the Voxnet like blood in water. Cyberland officers lost command discipline. Artillery crews wept into open channels. Priests tried to recite litanies and were cut off by explosions or their own choking deaths. Somewhere, a child's voice repeated the same prayer until static consumed it. Arkio cut through it. Stand! The word carried across command channels and broken mortal frequencies alike. It was not shouted. It did not need to be. It was calm, cold, absolute, and for one instant the panic quieted, as if every terrified soul on Cibele had turned its face toward him. Bleed later, kill now. Men obeyed. Rafen heard it and hated that it steadied him. Arkio was somewhere ahead, leading the spear thrust toward the Sepulchre Gate's inner precincts. Reports tracked his movement in fragments. A word-bearer command not destroyed. A cult armor column broken. A mortal line reformed under his direct order, a shrine battery retaken and turned against its former masters. His name began to move through the Vox traffic, not as a designation, but as a banner. Arkio has the gate. Arkio holds the west stairs. Arkio calls for assault elements. Arkio commands advance. Chorus drove his power sword through a word-bearer's abdomen and ripped upward, cutting through corrupted plate, fused ribs, and both hearts in a spray of blackened blood. The traitor fell to one knee, still trying to bring his pistol around. Chorus kicked the weapon aside and crushed the legionary's helm beneath his boot. "Horus!" Chorus growled. Rafen turned sharply. The old sergeant stood over the dead word-bearer, shoulders rising and falling. His lenses burned red in the smoke. For a moment, he did not seem to see Cybele. He stared through the battlefield. Beyond it, into another war, no living son of the chapter had truly fought, but all of them carried. "Chorus," Rafen said. The sergeant moved before the name finished leaving Rafen's mouth. He charged the barricade alone, faster than age and augmetic repair should have allowed. Bolter fire struck his armor, chipping red ceramite. He ignored it. He hit the barricade with his shoulder, smashed through coffin slabs, and fell upon the cultists behind it like a blade dropped from orbit. "Horus!" he snarled again, louder. His sword took off an arm. His pistol blew a man apart from groin to throat. He seized another cultist by the face and crushed the skull in his fist, driving the corpse down with such force that the head burst against the flagstones. A word-bearer met him with a chain axe, and Chorus answered with a frenzy that was not tactics, not doctrine, not even hatred in the normal sense. He battered the traitor back, blow after blow, sparks and blood flying, until he rammed the power sword through the legionary's throat and kept pushing, pinning him upright against a pillar carved with the names of the blessed dead. "Horus," Chorus whispered. Rafen reached him and caught his pauldron. "Brother, Sergeant!" Chorus rounded on him. For half a breath, Rafen saw no recognition in the old warrior's eyes, only black rage behind red lenses, only a grief older than their lives, only the echo of Sanguinius dying beneath the talons of the arch-traitor. Then Chorus stilled. His breathing rasped over the Vox. "Rafen." "Yes." The old sergeant looked at the bodies around him. His sword was buried to the hilt in the word-bearer's throat. He pulled it free, and blood ran down the blade in steaming lines. "It comes closer on this world," Chorus said. "The rage, the past." Chorus looked toward the burning horizon. "It is never past, not for us." Before Rafen could answer, Arkio's command rune flared across the net. "All Blood Angel's elements attend. Enemy orbital superiority is sustained by the Grand Cruiser in high anchor over the Western Hemisphere. Its guns are stripping our descent corridors and feeding reinforcements into the necropolis. Cybele's primary spaceport retains missile systems of sufficient yield to pierce void shields at close lock. The word-bearers hold the port, but not its machine spirit. We will retake it." Captain Idion's voice cut in, hard and immediate. "That port is beyond the current line. Enemy density is unacceptable. We consolidate before counterstrike." Arkio answered with no trace of defiance, only certainty. "If we consolidate, they fortify. If they fortify, the Grand Cruiser continues bombardment. If it continues bombardment, this world is a tomb without defenders by dawn. We do not have time to be correct slowly." Silence followed. Steely's voice entered the net, soft enough that it seemed intimate despite the war. "Captain, I urge caution in all matters of expenditure, yet I have seen the reports. Brother Arkio's judgment may be severe, but providence is rarely gentle. Some men command because rank demands it. Some command because history opens its throat and speaks through them." Rafen felt Chorus turn his head. There was the hook again. Captain Idion did not yield easily. Blood Angels did not surrender command to eloquence. Yet the strategic truth was plain. The Grand Cruiser's guns were murdering their landing corridors. Already 2 Thunderhawks were burning in the lower atmosphere. A third had crashed into the southern ossuary fields, its crew beacon dying beneath traitor signals. At last, Ideon spoke. Arkio, you will take a strike force through the corpse storage tunnels beneath the port. Rafen, Chorus, you will reinforce. Devastator elements will hold the eastern approach. Armor will advance once the gates open. Failure is not permitted. Arkio replied, Failure is for those who intended to survive it. The attack force entered the corpse storage tunnels beneath the necropolis through a collapsed mortuary lift, half choked with bodies. The tunnels were ancient, built to transport the dead from the spaceport, receiving stations to the central ossuaries. Rail tracks ran through the dark, their servitor engines long silent. Coffin racks climbed the walls into darkness. Millions of sealed dead rested there in bronze drawers, each marked with a name, a date of death, and a prayer for remembrance. The word-bearers had opened many of them. Corpses lay dragged across the floor, defiled with runes, wired with explosives, or arranged in obscene parodies of imperial saints. The blood angels moved without lights. Their helms painted the dark in threat runes and spectral outlines. Auspec's returns flickered and ghosted, confused by thick walls, corpse metals, and the lingering radiation of void shields above. Every few steps, false signals appeared among the dead racks. A heat bloom where no living thing stood. A motion trace behind sealed bronze. A vox whisper that sounded like a brother calling from the wrong direction. Arkio led. That alone unsettled Rafen. The younger warrior had taken point before any formal assignment settled. No one challenged him. Even Chorus allowed it, though the old sergeant's hand never left his sword. They found the first word-bearer kill team at the junction of Morning Rail Tertius and the Pilgrim Intake Tunnel. The traitors were waiting in the dark, helms turned toward the approach, bolters mag locked to their thighs, chain blades idle. They were chanting in Colchizian, low and rhythmic, the sound moving through the tunnel like insects beneath skin. Between them hung a mortal, officer of Cybele, nailed upside down to a transport arch, his blood dripping into a bowl made from a human skull. Arkio raised a fist. The blood angels halted. For a moment, the two forces regarded one another through darkness and dead air. The word-bearer champion spoke first. Little angels, still chasing your father's corpse through the stars. Arkio moved. No order, no volley, no carefully staged advance. He launched himself down the tunnel with jump pack thrust, kept brutally low, enough to hurl him forward, but not enough to smash him into the ceiling. The sudden ignition filled the corridor with fire and dust. Rafen cursed and followed with the others as the kill team opened fire. Bolter rounds hammered the tunnel. Coffin racks exploded. Mummified bodies burst apart, filling the air with corpse dust and bone fragments. A round struck Arkio's shoulder and spun him half around. He used the motion, landed against the wall, pushed off, and came down among the traitors with his chainsword already screaming. The fight became a confined slaughter. There was no room for elegance, only strength, reaction, and hatred. Rafen drove his combat blade into a word-bearer's armpit joint and fired his bolt pistol into the exposed wound until the torso burst open from within. Chorus took a chain blade across the chest, answered by headbutting the traitor hard enough to crack both helms, then forced his power sword through the enemy's visor. Brother Numeon's plasma gun lit the tunnel in blue-white pulses, each shot turning armor into molten slag and flesh into steam. Arkio killed the champion. He caught the descending accursed blade on his vambrace, let the teeth chew into his armor, and stepped close enough that their helms touched. The word-bearer snarled scripture at him. Arkio smashed his pistol under the traitor's chin and fired. The bolt shell detonated inside the helm, blowing the back of the skull out in a spray of meat and ceramite. Arkio shoved the corpse aside before it finished falling. "Forward," he said. "That was an ambush," Rafen snapped. "It failed. You charged before we identified secondary positions." Arkio looked at him through blood-spattered lenses. and now there are none. They reached the port's underworks as orbital bombardment shook the world above them. Dust poured from the ceiling. Warning runes blinked across Rafen's display. The missile systems were housed in hardened silos beyond the primary launch yards, guarded by word-bearer legionaries, cult armor, and enslaved port defense crews wired into command thrones with barbed cables. The Blood Angels emerged from the corpse tunnels into the lower generatorium, where the air was hot with reactor breath and thick with incense corrupted by warp filth. Arkio's plan unfolded with terrible simplicity. Rafen's squad secured the generatorium and prevented sabotage. Chorus led the strike on the command thrones. Arkio took the central lift shaft upward with the assault elements, bypassing the main defense line entirely. Again, it should not have worked. Again, it did. Arkio broke through the upper deck at the head of a storm of red armor. Assault marines burst from lift vents and maintenance shafts, jump packs hammering, chainswords cutting down crews before they could turn. The enslaved portmasters screamed as Blood Angels tore the cables from their bodies, leaving strips of spine and nerve fiber hanging from brass sockets. One tried to thank Arkio with half a mouth. Arkio did not hear him. He was already at the command dais, one gauntlet pressed to the missile control lectern, while tech-adept survivors sobbed and prayed around him. The machine spirit resisted at first, shrieking Binharic denial through cracked speakers. Then the proper rites were shouted. Blood was smeared across activation seals. The target runes shifted from ground defense to orbital lock. Above Cybele, the Chaos Grand Cruiser Ogre Lord turned its guns toward another descent wave. It was a vast and hideous thing, a cathedral of iron and apostasy drifting above the burial world. Its hull was blackened crimson, ribbed with armor plates and crowned with spires, from which hung chains the length of cities. Warp flame burned along its gun decks. Its launch bays vomited attack craft into the void like flies from a corpse. Around it, Cybele's orbital debris field glowed with the deaths of smaller ships. The first missile rose from the spaceport in silence. Then came the others. They climbed through smoke and burning cloud in a widening fan, contrails white against the red ruin of the sky. From the ground they looked almost pure, like spears hurled upward by the dead themselves. The Ogre Lord's point defense batteries woke too late. Flak bursts filled the heavens. Some missiles died in flashes of broken light. More kept climbing, guided by machine hatred, Blood Angel's right, and Arkio's unblinking command. They struck the Grand Cruiser along its lower port quarter. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then the Ogre Lord blossomed. Its void shield flared, failed, and collapsed inward in a sphere of sickly light. The first explosions ripped open the armor belt. The second wave punched into the exposed gun decks and detonated among magazine vaults. Fire ran through the ship's veins. Lance batteries burst outward. Towers snapped. A whole section of the hull peeled away, venting atmosphere, bodies, and burning machines into space. The Grand Cruiser broke in stages, each death throw larger than the last. Its spine split. Its engines howled uncontrolled plasma into the void. The prow dipped toward Cybele, trailing wreckage and flame. Then the heart of the vessel went critical, and the Ogre Lord became a new sun above the world of graves. The shockwave rolled across the heavens. On the surface, Blood Angels and mortal defenders alike looked up as the burning carcass of the Chaos ship spread across the sky. Pieces fell, streaking through atmosphere. The word-bearers' vox sermons fractured into static and fury. Their lines faltered across the necropolis. Their grand declaration had been answered by a spear of fire from the grave world they had come to profane. In the spaceport command chamber, Arkio stood amid dead traitors, wounded serfs, and weeping tech adepts. The glow from the orbital kill lit his armor through the shattered viewports. He looked as if the sky had crowned him in flame. The first to kneel was a mortal officer, his uniform soaked with blood from torn cable wounds. He pressed his ruined forehead to the deck. "Angel," he whispered, Others followed. Some were Cyberlands, some were port crew, some were wounded militia who had crawled into the chamber after the fighting. They lowered themselves among the dead and lifted shaking hands toward Arkio, as if he were not an Astartes, but an answer. Then the Vox carried the sound wider. All units, Ogre Lord destroyed. Repeat, enemy Grand Cruiser destroyed. The port is ours. Arkio has slain the beast in orbit. Across the lines, men cheered. Priests sobbed. Blood angels struck fists to breastplates in salute. Even veterans who should have known better spoke his name with reverence. Rafen stood at the rear of the chamber, blood dripping from the edge of his blade. He watched the adoration settle around his brother, like a crown no hand had yet dared forge. Arkio turned slightly, and for a moment his gaze met Rafen's across the kneeling mortals. There was triumph there, courage, fire, something worthy of honor. There was hunger too. Beside Rafen, Corris swayed. The old sergeant had removed his helm. His face was grey beneath streaks of blood, his eyes too wide, fixed on Arkio with horror and wonder, mingled into one expression. His lips moved before sound came. The angel walks. Rafen felt the words enter him colder than any blade. He looked from Corris to Arkio, from the kneeling mortals to the burning sky, from the dead word-bearers to the spear's memory shining somewhere aboard the Belus. Praise filled the Vox. Flames rained over Cybele. The world of graves roared its gratitude to a warrior who had saved it by becoming the shape of its desperation. Rafen did not kneel. He only tightened his grip on his blade and felt, deep within the disciplined chambers of his hearts, the first true certainty of dread. Cybele was not saved. It was merely not dead yet. The distinction mattered to Rafen, though few aboard the Belus spoke of it. The burial world still burned beneath them, its necropolis continents veiled in smoke, its reliquary oceans of bone split open by orbital fire and traitor desecration. The word-bearers had withdrawn from several fronts, abandoning broken altars, butchered cult hosts, and entire avenues of corpses nailed into blasphemous scripture. Mortal commanders sent praise through the Vox. Priests called the retreat a miracle. Cyberland defenders, those few still capable of standing without shaking, raised blood-soaked banners from shattered mausoleum roofs and wept the name of the Emperor into a sky that rained ash. Rafen watched the hololithic display in the strategium and did not mistake withdrawal for defeat. The enemy line had not collapsed. It had loosened. The word-bearers had not fled in panic. They had retreated along routes prepared before the first blood angel had set foot upon Cybele's dead stone. Their cult formations had died noisily, willingly, and usefully. Their legionaries had given ground with ritual precision. Their artillery had ceased not from lack of ammunition, but because some greater hand had closed around the battle and turned it elsewhere. Arkio stood at the edge of the strategium table, helm under one arm, his armor still marked with soot from the spaceport assault. Around him, officers, priests, sergeants, and mortal tacticians reviewed the enemy withdrawal. Every eye returned to him, not always openly, sometimes only for a heartbeat. But they looked, they waited. They had begun to treat his silence as meaning. Brother Captain Idion received the transmission from Baal with his jaw set like carved marble. The image of Commander Dante shimmered above the strategium table, reduced by distance and astropathic distortion, yet still vast in presence. The Lord of the Blood Angels seemed less a man than a relic granted speech. His golden death mask regarded them without warmth. Age hung upon him not as weakness, but as accumulated judgment. The chamber fell utterly silent when his voice came through. Cybele remains contested. You will hold position, purge what remains, secure the dead, recover the living. Do not pursue beyond the burial world until reinforced. The enemy's retreat is to be regarded as stratagem, not surrender. No warrior spoke against him. No warrior would have dared. Not then. The transmission dissolved in a hiss of static and ghostlight. Captain Idion remained motionless for several breaths. Rafen saw the war inside him. Obedience against opportunity, doctrine against momentum, Dante's command against the visible fact of a fleeing enemy. Arkio spoke into that silence. "My Lord Captain, if we remain, the word-bearers will regroup beyond our reach." Idion turned slowly. "You heard the chapter master. I heard wisdom given from afar. He sees the sector. We see the wound." Some of the officers stiffened. Rafen felt Chorus shift beside him. The old sergeant's fingers flexed once against the hilt of his sheathed blade. Arkio continued, his voice calm, without arrogance, which made it worse. Their retreat vectors converged toward Shenlong. Their surviving voidcraft have abandoned Sibel's high anchor and run hard for that system. They did not come here to die among graves. Sibel was a sermon. Shenlong will be the altar. Steele stood among the mortal observers, hands folded inside his sleeves. His expression was grave with the solemn concern of a man who regretted every necessary death before ordering it. When he spoke, he did so softly. "The brother speaks with the burden of immediacy. I would not counsel disobedience. Yet in this age, hesitation has slain more servants of the throne than zeal." Rafen looked at him. The words were perfectly shaped. Not rebellion, not command. Permission disguised as sorrow. Idion's eyes moved from Stele to Arkio, then to the hololith of Shenlong, rotating in red light above the table. "Set course," he said at last. "The Belus pursues." No one named it treachery. No oath was broken aloud. No blade was raised against Baal. Yet something sacred cracked within the silence after the order. The Blood Angels had not rebelled against Dante. They had merely chosen a closer voice. Rafen felt the fracture open beneath his boots. Far from the strategium, in the shadowed arteries of the ship, Steele walked alone, and was not alone. The Belus translated through the warp, with its Geller fields shrieking against the pressure of unreality. In the Inquisitor's private chapel, candles burned blue. Their flames leaned toward no wind. The walls were covered in imperial scripture, every line correct, every saint properly named, every seal stamped with authority. Beneath the floor plates, hidden by wards written in a dead language older than the Imperium, other words answered. Malphalax listened through the darkness behind. Steele's eyes. The word-bearers called the demon lord by names no loyal tongue should form. Architect of the false dawn, feathered Moor of the ninth wound, the patient beak. Names were toys to it. Its true nature moved behind them like something immense behind curtains of skin. Garand had given the root. Iskavan had prepared Shenlong. Stele had prepared the angel. Everything was unfolding as scripture, though not the scripture the blood angels believed they served. Shenlong was not chosen because it was weak. It was chosen because it was ready to believe. A war world whose fortress continents was steeped in pilgrim superstition, punishment cults, and soldier saints. Its people knew the language of obedience before they learned their own names. They marched beneath statues of winged warriors and prayed to be judged worthy of pain. They believed angels could descend in wrath. They believed the guilty should burn. They believed salvation and slaughter often arrived in the same armor, a perfect stage, a perfect congregation, a perfect wound. The ceremony came before translation was complete. The reliquary chapel of the Belus had been transformed. Censers swung from servo skulls, trailing white smoke over crimson banners and black marble floors. Blood chalices stood upon the altar, each filled from the veins of volunteer serfs and sanctified by the sanguinary priests. The spear of Telesto rested upon a velvet drape, the color of a fresh heart, still enclosed in a shimmer of stasis light. Around it stood blood angels in polished warplate, every surface cleansed, lacquered, and anointed until the chamber reflected them as temple icons rather than soldiers. Arkio knelt before the altar. He had not asked for the rite. That was important to those watching. Reward given unasked carried the scent of destiny. Sachiel stood above him, white armor bright in the incense gloom, grail cup hanging from one hand, his narthecium folded and locked. The sanguinary priest looked exhausted, not physically. His transhuman body could endure far more than war had yet demanded. His exhaustion was spiritual. He had watched brothers die under the sign of the angel. He had harvested gene seed from torn bodies, while mortals chanted Arkio's name. He had seen the spear recovered, the grand cruiser destroyed, the word-bearers thrown back, and the impossible shine gathering around one warrior like dawn, threatening to break over a tomb. He wanted meaning. Rafen could see it in him, and pity sharpened his fear. Steely stood close enough to Arkio that his shadow touched the kneeling warrior's back. His lips moved soundlessly. To any watcher, it might have been prayer. To the thing beneath Arkio's spine, it was command. The demon seed stirred as the stasis field dimmed, tasting the relic's purity and recoiling from it. Steely pressed down with will not entirely his own. Malphalax folded its influence like a hand around a candle flame, hiding the wrongness, muffling the corruption, painting rot in borrowed light. Sachiel raised the chalice. By the blood of Sanguinius, by the wound that has not healed, by the burden we bear and the rage we chain, let courage be marked before witnesses. The gathered blood angels answered, by his blood we endure. Sachiel lowered the chalice and touched 2 fingers wet with blood to Arkio's brow. Brother Arkio of the blood angels, victor of the sepulchre gate, slayer of the ogre lord, shield of Cybele, rise and take into your keeping the spear of Telesto, until such time as higher authority commands its return. Rafen's heart beat once, hard. Higher authority. The words were there. The chain of command remained intact. Yet the spear was being placed in Arkio's hands before Dante could judge, before Baal could receive it, before the chapter could breathe. Arkio rose. For the first time since Rafen had known him, he did so without seeming eager. His face was grave, his eyes shone. He reached for the spear as if approaching a flame that might consume him. His fingers closed around the haft. White light erupted through the chapel. Several mortal serfs cried out and fell to their knees. One went blind where he stood, blood running from his eyes as he laughed and sobbed. The servo skulls jerked in mid-air, trailing sparks. The sensors swung wildly on their chains, though no hand touched them. The stasis cradle burst apart in a ring of cold fire, fragments clattering. Across the marble, Arkio stood in the heart of the radiance. For a moment, he was not Arkio, or the eyes of the grieving refused to let him be. The light rose behind him in the suggestion of wings, vast and white gold, feathered by flame and smoke. His scorched battle plate seemed transfigured, red becoming gold, damage becoming glory, blood becoming sacrament. His face, already shaped by the gene line of Sanguinius, took on an awful beauty beneath the glare. Every blood angel present saw what he most feared to desire. Their father returned, their shame answered, their curse given purpose. Rafen did not feel jealousy. He wished he did. Jealousy would have been small, ugly, manageable. What opened inside him instead was horror. He wanted Arkio honored. He wanted his brother's courage recognized. He wanted the warrior from Broken Mesa, the boy who had bitten a rival's cheek bloody beneath Baal's sun, to stand high among the sons of the angel. But he knew their chapter's wound. Every blood angel knew it. Sanguinius was not dead in them. He died again in their dreams, in their rage, in the blood hunger behind their teeth, in the last vision of Horus burned into the marrow of their souls. The longing for him was deep enough to crawl inside. Arkio had become the shape of that wound, and wounds welcomed infection. The light faded. Arkio still held the spear. For a long moment, no one moved. Then a veteran sergeant bowed his head. Another followed. A mortal priest began weeping. Sachiel stared with lips parted, the chalice trembling in his hand. Steely's eyes lowered as though in reverence, hiding whatever triumph might have lived there. Rafen remained standing. Arkio saw him. Later, in the arming cloister beside the chapel, Rafen found his brother alone beneath hanging banners. The spear rested across Arkio's palms. Its blade no longer blazed, but pale light breathed inside it, slow as a sleeper's pulse. Outside the cloister, the bellis shook as it tore free of the warp and entered real space on approach to Shenlong. "Brother," Rafen said, "give the spear back." Arkio did not turn at once. To whom? To the reliquary, to Sachiel, to the chapter, to anyone not drowning in what just happened. Arkio faced him then. There was no anger in his expression. That almost broke Rafen's composure more than fury would have. "Would you have refused it?" "Yes." Arkio studied him. "You answer too quickly." "Because the answer is simple." "No." Arkio's voice hardened. "It is easy. There is a difference." Rafen stepped closer. "You mistake refusal for fear, and you mistake acceptance for pride. I know pride when I hear it breathe." A faint smile touched Arkio's mouth, wounded and bitter. "Would you have refused it?" he asked again. Rafen held his gaze. "Yes." "Then that is why it was not given to you." The words struck with more force than a blow, not because they were cruel, because Arkio believed them. Rafen lowered his voice. "This is not destiny. This is a relic. Sacred, yes. Powerful, yes. But a thing. We serve. We do not claim signs and call them command." Arkio looked down at the spear. Reflected in its blade, his face seemed both familiar and strange. Perhaps command is given to those willing to hear it, or to those desperate enough to invent it. Arkio's eyes flashed then, the old fire showing through the new radiance. "Careful, brother." Rafen took one more step forward. "Always." Their silence stretched until the ship's translation klaxons sounded through the hull. Steely found Sachiel soon after in the apothecarian shrine. The sanguinary priest stood before the gene vault, his gauntlets removed, both hands resting upon a sealed casket containing the recovered progenoid glands of fallen brothers. He did not look up when the Inquisitor entered. "You saw what I saw," Sachiel said. "I saw what the Emperor permitted me to see." Sachiel closed his eyes. "Do not dress uncertainty as humility, Lord Inquisitor. I am too tired for ornament." Steely inclined his head. "Then let us speak plainly. Brother Arkio touched the spear, and the relic did not reject him. It did more than fail to reject him. Yes, that light." Sachiel's voice tightened. "I have served the blood for longer than most mortals have dynasties. I have watched the red thirst. Take noble warriors. I have sealed brothers into the death company, knowing they would die screaming another man's war. I have told myself the curse is a burden, not a judgment. Yet today I saw a possibility," Steely said. Sachiel opened his eyes. Steely stepped closer, never hurried, never pressing too hard. "Not certainty. Certainty belongs to fools and demons. But perhaps the angel's blood has not finished speaking through his sons. Perhaps the floor is not merely decay. Perhaps it is waiting." Sachiel's face hardened. "Hope is dangerous. So is despair. One hollows a man, the other blinds him. The faithful must walk between. You speak like a confessor. I have heard many last confessions." Sachiel looked toward the gene vault. "If Arkio is a sign, then to deny him may be sin. If he is a sign," Steely said gently, "then to abandon him to doubt may be cowardice." There it was again. Not command, not corruption. A blade slid beneath the ribs so cleanly that the heart did not know it had been touched. Shenlong awaited them beneath a sky of iron. It was a war world of fortress continents and pilgrim multitudes, a planet built to endure siege and worship punishment. Bastion cities rose from industrial plains like mailed fists, their curtain walls layered with gun nests, shrine emplacements, and execution balconies. Manufactoria fed artillery lines day and night. Pilgrim roads cut across the ash wastes, paved by generations of penitents dragging chains behind them until their bones gave out and were mortared into the next mile. Every hab block bore an icon. Every fortress gate held statues of winged warriors, trampling serpents, traitors, mutants, witches, and the unworthy. The people of Shenlong were ready for angels because they had been taught to expect judgment. They wore faith like armor and fear like skin. They named their sons after martyrs. They branded infants with warding marks. They gathered beneath loud hailers to hear sermons of obedience, sacrifice, and holy suffering. When the first reports spread that crimson angels had entered the system pursuing the bearers of the unholy word, crowds filled the fortress plazas and prayed not for safety, but for the right to witness wrath. In the shadowed undercroft of Fortress Ikari, Iskavan prepared their answer. The word-bearer lord stood surrounded by chained prisoners, each taken from Shenlong's outer pilgrimage roads. Men in ash-grey robes, soldiers from broken garrisons, priests who had screamed themselves hoarse before finally falling silent. Their blood ran through grooves cut into the stone floor, feeding a circle of script that smoked where it touched the air. Iskavan's armor was the color of dried blood, edged in brass, covered in parchment strips, written with devotional hatred. His helm hung from his belt so the prisoners could see his face, noble in structure and ruined by centuries of worship. His eyes were black, not with emptiness, but with conviction burned too deep for light to survive. "Golden carrion," he said, watching through a hololithic feed as the Belus entered orbit. Wings painted over rot. They think beauty conceals the meat beneath. One of the prisoners, a Shenlongi colonel with both legs broken, spat at him. Iskavan smiled. "Good. Defiance is a purer ink." He drew a ritual blade and opened the man from throat to navel. The colonel's organs slid out in a steaming heap, and Iskavan caught the first loops reverently, arranging them across the script circle, while the dying man tried to breathe through blood. Around him, lesser priests chanted, not wildly, not like madmen, with liturgical precision. Each syllable had a place, each scream had a function. "Let the angels descend," Iskavan said. "Let the false sun shine. Let every eye turn to him. The brighter the idol, the deeper the shadow when it falls." Above him, hidden behind layers of fortress stone and slaughter smoke, Shenlong waited to become a theater of revelation. Aboard the Belus, Arkio stood alone in the reliquary chamber long after the others had gone to arm. The spear rested in his hands. He had expected it to feel heavy. It did not. It seemed to know the shape of his grip. Its surface was cool despite the heat in his blood. He could feel his hearts beating through the haft, or perhaps he felt something answering from within the weapon. His reflection curved along the blade. Red armor, pale face, eyes too bright. Behind that reflection, wings stirred. Arkio closed his eyes. A voice spoke from the silence. It sounded like every statue of Sanguinius he had ever knelt before. It sounded like chapel bells on Baal. It sounded like blood falling onto marble. It sounded like his own longing made holy. "You were born for more than obedience." Arkio's fingers tightened around the spear. He thought of Raphan stepping forward first beneath Baal's killing sun. He thought of Chorus naming hunger. He thought of Cybele kneeling. He thought of white light, of warriors bowing their heads, of Satiel's trembling hands, of Stele's solemn gaze. He should have rejected the voice. He should have called for the priests. He should have remembered that the Emperor's servants are tested most cruelly through the shape of their own desires. Instead, Arkio bowed his head before the blade. "Command me." Somewhere beyond reality, something laughed. Ikari Fortress rose from Shenlong's iron plain like a mountain that had learned hatred. Its outer walls were not walls in any mortal sense. They were ranges of black adamantium and fortress stone, bastions stacked upon bastions, gun decks carved into cliffs of armor, kill towers crowned with burning sensors large enough to swallow tanks. Macro cannon batteries lined the upper redoubts, their barrels elevated toward the storm-racked heavens, each weapon attended by robed gunnery crews, chained to their stations and overseen by brass-masked wardens. The gates were 3 times the height of a cathedral nave, sealed with layered adamantium and defaced by the word-bearers, who had carved scripture into the metal with burning blades and filled the grooves with blood. Before the fortress lay trenches packed with the dead. The pilgrims of Shenlong had come to Ikari in their thousands when the first sermons of invasion spread across the pilgrimage roads. Some had come with rifles, some with knives, some with nothing but votive chains wrapped around their wrists and prayers branded across their scalps. The word-bearers had used them as walls of meat, then as offerings, then as fuel. Their bodies lay blackened in the trench lines, fused together by promethium and shell heat, mouths open in final hymns no living ear had answered. Smoke rose from them in greasy sheets. The stink of cooked fat and ruptured bowels rolled across the battlefield with the rain. The storm above Ikari was not natural. It writhed in bruised layers of red and black, lit from within by orbital fire and warp-colored lightning. Through that burning sky came the Blood Angels. Thunderhawks plunged through flak bursts, their hulls shaking beneath the impact of shrapnel and lass fire. Drop pods screamed downward in trails of flame, slamming into the corpse-choked approaches and exploding open with hydraulic fury. Rhinos ground through mud made from ash and blood. Land raiders advanced behind them, Lascannons punching white holes through fortress emplacements. Bale predators slewed into firing positions, assault cannons cycling until their barrels blurred, chewing apart cult infantry massed along the trenches. The Blood Angels fell from the storm like judgment given form. Rafen hit the ground near the pilgrim ditch, boots sinking ankle-deep into wet remains. His helm sealed him from the worst of the stench, but not all of it. No seal could wholly deny a world dying beneath war. His bolter came up as a knot of cultists surged from a trench mouth, their robes soaked black, their faces painted with word-bearer glyphs. He fired in disciplined pairs. Bodies opened, skulls burst. A man with a chain wrapped around his throat took a shell through the chest and detonated into red steam, his arms spinning away into the mire. Beside him, Corus advanced without haste. The old sergeant's sword burned with power field light, cutting rain into hissing vapor. He did not speak. His silence had grown heavier since Cybele. Rafen had watched him between battles, kneeling too long before statues of the angel, his gauntlets clenched hard enough to make ceramite creak. The black rage had not taken him, not yet, but it walked near him, close as a shadow beneath bright sun. Ikari's guns roared. A macro shell struck the ground behind the loyalist armor column, and the world became white violence. A rhino vanished inside the blast. When the glare faded, its hull lay peeled open like a butchered animal, tracks flung aside, engine block burning, the space marines within reduced to broken red shapes amid molten plate. The word-bearers answered with amplified scripture from the fortress walls, voices layered upon voices until the air itself seemed to preach. Let the false angels come. Let them see the truth beneath their wings. Let blood answer blood. Rafen ignored it. He had heard better lies from dying men. The teleport strike began when the assault line was still 300 paces from the gate. A circle of blue-white lightning tore open in the midst of the word-bearer forward host, directly before the defiled adamantium doors. Reality split with the sound of a chapel bell cracking. Ozone flooded the air. For those within the teleport beam, there was no graceful arrival. There was pressure like a god's fist closing around the skull, blood hammering in the ears, armor seals shrieking as translation fields dragged matter through a wound in existence. For an instant, flesh remembered it should not survive such passage. Then Arkio appeared. He stood with the spear of Telesto in both hands, crimson armor smoking with teleport frost, Stele at his rear in black robes, and 7 honor guard forming a crescent around him. Lightning crawled across their plate. The word-bearers nearest them recoiled, not in fear, but in surprise, and that heartbeat was enough. Arkio raised the spear. The weapon answered. White fire erupted from its blade in a widening storm. It did not explode outward like plasma or flame. It unfolded, pure and terrible, a radiance that passed over blood angels like dawn and struck traitors like execution. Word-bearers vanished inside it. Their armor did not merely burn, it was unmade, brass trim running like wax, ceramite whitening, cracking, then bursting into ash. Flesh flash burned to shadows on the gate. Helm lenses popped. Bones shone through skin for an instant before becoming powder. Unclean icons melted into slag and streamed down the adamantium doors in black rivulets. Cultists screamed until the light entered their mouths. Then they were gone. The blast cleared a killing ground before the gate. Smoke rolled across the battlefield, shining from within, as if reluctant to surrender the miracle that had birthed it. Arkio lowered the spear, and for a moment every weapon around Ikari seemed silent, though the war still roared. Some blood angels shouted litanies. Some struck fists to breastplates. Some mortal soldiers of Shenlong fell prostrate in the mud and gore, crying that the angel had returned. One of Arkio's honor guard knelt, then another. Rafen lowered his bolter slowly. He did not look at the dead word-bearers. He looked at Arkio's face. His brother's helm was gone, though Rafen had not seen him remove it. Rain ran down Arkio's pale features, washing soot and blood from skin too luminous beneath the storm gloom. He should have looked exhausted after channeling such power. He did not. He looked serene. Rafen searched for the boy from Broken Mesa, the warrior who had laughed through split lips under Baal's killing sun, the brother who had once wanted only to be seen. A stranger stared back from Arkio's eyes. The gate fell before the hour turned, not from siegecraft alone, though the land raiders and melter teams did their work with brutal precision. It fell because the defenders broke in spirit before they broke in formation. The word-bearers withdrew into the inner districts of the fortress, leaving their cult hosts and enslaved Shenlongi militia to die in the breach. The blood angels entered through smoke, stepping over molten sigils, and the black silhouettes of traitors burned into the gate. Behind them, word spread faster than command could contain it. The angel walks. The spear has chosen. The reborn has come. By dusk, though the storm hid the sun, Shenlong knew Arkio's name. Vox sermons carried it across bastion cities and pilgrim roads. Priests who had never seen him described his radiance in shaking voices. Wounded mortals crawled from field hospitals and corpse wagons, dragging broken limbs behind them for miles through rain and ash, begging to see the warrior who had burned heretics with white fire. Soldiers daubed winged blood drops on torn banners. Children in the fortress underhabs pressed their hands in blood and ash against bulkhead shrines. Planetary officials arrived in armored convoys, terrified and eager, bending knee before Arkio had summoned them. Faith did not need proof. It needed permission. Arkio gave it. He stood in the command basilica of Ikari, beneath a vaulted ceiling scarred by shell impacts and blackened censers, the spear resting point down beside him. Around him gathered Shenlongi generals, fortress governors, confessors, militia lords, and blood angels officers. The word-bearers still held inner bastions. Their kill teams haunted the manufactorum warrens. Their dark apostle had vanished deeper into the fortress complex. Yet the mortal authorities came not with reports, but offerings, maps, keys, prisoners, oaths. Arkio received them in silence, until an aged governor in a cracked rebreather mask faltered when asked for enemy tunnel routes. "My Lord Angel, the lower sanctums are sealed by ancient writ. Only the penitentiary orders know the full passages. Their masters are dead, or taken, or hidden among the refugees. Arkio's gaze moved to the crowd of civilians packed beyond the basilica doors. They had been allowed near by mistake, then by inertia, then because no one wished to be the man who denied pilgrims the sight of the miracle. Hundreds pressed against the guard lines, pale with hunger and awe, their clothes stiff with rain, ash, and blood. "Then they will speak," Arkio said. The governor trembled. "If they can be found." Arkio turned fully toward him. "They will be found. The word-bearers move beneath this fortress. Every sealed gate, every corpse tunnel, every forgotten pilgrim road will be named to me. Refusal will be judged as treason against the reborn angel." The words should have brought fear. They brought joy. The crowd outside the doors surged forward, crying blessings, names, pleas, confessions. Men beat their brows bloody on the floor. Soldiers threw aside helmets and stretched out their hands. A priest screamed that punishment from the angel was purity. The guard line buckled. Rafen saw what was about to happen and moved at once. "Hold them back." The mortal guards tried. They failed. The pilgrims pressed through, not like rioters, but like worshippers longing to be crushed beneath the feet of their god. They flooded the basilica steps, hands raised, voices breaking. "Judge us. Bless us. Let us bleed for you." A blood angel on the left flank fired a warning shot into the ceiling. Stone fragments rained down. The crowd cheered louder. Another warrior shoved mortals back with the flat of his gauntlet, breaking ribs with each push. Still they came. They crawled over the wounded. They trampled the weak. A boy with half his face wrapped in bandages reached toward Arkio and laughed as blood poured down his chin. "Back," Rafen voxed. "Back, in the name of Sanguinius." The line opened fire. At first it was controlled. Low shots, knees, shoulders, non-lethal by Astartes standards, which meant catastrophic by mortal measure. A mass reactive round took a pilgrim through the thigh and detonated, shredding the leg into wet ribbons and knocking 3 others down in the spray. Another shell burst inside a man's pelvis, folding him backward around the explosion. A woman screamed hymns as her arms spun away from her body. But the crowd did not break. They surged harder. They believed the gunfire was blessing. Then the blood angels fired to kill. Bodies burst under bolter shells. Chests opened. Heads disappeared in red clouds. The front ranks vanished into meat and mist, and the ranks behind them pressed forward through the remains, slipping on organs, smiling with blood on their teeth. Some died laughing. Some died calling Arkio's name. A pilgrim crawled with both legs gone, dragging ropes of intestine behind him, one hand still extended toward the spear. Arkio watched. Rafen watched Arkio. There was no horror on his brother's face, no anger, no regret, only solemn certainty, as if the slaughter confirmed something sacred. When the last of the crowd finally broke under the weight of its own dead, the basilica steps were slick from wall to wall. The bodies lay layered 3 deep in places, ruptured and twisted, steaming in the cold rain, blowing through the broken doors. Rafen found Arkio beneath the cracked statue of a winged warrior in the eastern transept. "They came to you unarmed," Rafen said. "They came to die. You ordered the conditions that made it happen. I ordered obedience. You watched them." Butchered. Arkio's eyes narrowed. I watched faith without fear. Rafen stepped close enough that only Arkio and the dead between them could hear. Call it what it was. They chose martyrdom. It was slaughter. Arkio's reply came cold as void shadow. "All war is slaughter. I gave theirs meaning." Before Rafen could answer, the transept wall exploded inward. Stone, dust, and torn bodies filled the air. Word-bearers came through the breach in a storm of red and brass, firing as they advanced. At their head strode Iskavan, helm crowned with burning script, Crozius in one hand and a demon blade in the other. Behind him came possessed cult warriors and legionaries chanting in perfect rhythm, each step falling with liturgical precision. Meaning? Iskavan voxed, his voice rolling across every channel. Little idol, you do not give meaning. You are bait wearing feathers. The basilica became a charnel house. Bolter fire shredded the remaining mortals. Blood angels turned from crowd control to combat in a heartbeat, their discipline snapping into place, even as they stood ankle-deep in Imperial dead. Rafen fired into the breach, dropping one traitor, then another. A word-bearer with a chain axe slammed into him from the side, driving him against a pillar. Rafen's bolter was knocked aside. The axe came down, biting into his pauldron, teeth shrieking against ceramite. He drove his combat knife into the traitor's abdomen, but the blade lodged in corrupted plate. The word-bearer leaned close. Your brother is already ours. Rafen headbutted him, cracked his visor, and took a fist to the chest that drove the breath from both his lungs. The chain axe rose again. Arkio hit the traitor like a descending thunderbolt. The spear punched through the word-bearer's side and out through the far shoulder in a burst of black blood. Arkio lifted the impaled legionary bodily, slammed him against the pillar, and tore the weapon free with such force that half the traitor's torso came away with it. The corpse slid down in pieces. Rafen staggered upright. Arkio did not look at him. He was already moving toward Iskavan. The duel carved a path through the basilica. Iskavan fought like a priest of murder, every strike accompanied by scripture, every parry turning into a sermon of sparks. His demon blade wailed against the spear. His Crozius shattered stone wherever Arkio evaded. Arkio met him with impossible force, the spear moving faster than Rafen had ever seen a weapon move in his brother's hands. They crossed the nave, crushing bodies beneath them, breaking columns, smashing through hanging censers that spilled coals across the dead. You are hollow, Iskavan snarled, a chalice with rot in the stem. Arkio drove him back. I am the wrath you summoned. No. Iskavan laughed as Arkio's blade scored his breastplate. You are the sermon. The word-bearer fainted low, then brought the demon blade across Arkio's chest. It cut deep, shearing armor, drawing blood. Arkio did not step back. He caught Iskavan's weapon arm with his free hand and squeezed until the traitor's vambrace buckled. Iskavan slammed the Crozius into Arkio's side, hard enough to crack plate and send blood spraying from his mouth. Arkio smiled. He drove his forehead into Iskavan's helm. Once, twice. The third impact split the traitor's faceplate. Then Arkio reversed the spear and rammed its haft into Iskavan's knee, shattering the joint. The word-bearer dropped. Arkio spun the blade and thrust downward through Iskavan's chest, pinning him to the blood-slick floor. White light flared. Iskavan burned from within, not cleanly. His armor glowed, his skin blackened, his eyes boiled in their sockets. His mouth opened around a final scripture that became only smoke. The spear's light consumed him until his body collapsed into ash and molten brass around the blade. The word-bearers faltered. The blood angels countercharged. For a few savage minutes, Ikari's basilica belonged to the sons of Sanguinius in their most terrible aspect. They tore the traitors apart at close range. Chainswords ripped through bellies and throats. Power fists crushed helms into neck cavities. Bolters fired point blank, turning armor into bowls of blood and bone. Rafen fought beside Arkio again because the battle allowed no other choice, and together they killed as they had killed in older wars, brother and brother, red armor moving through red mist. Then Arkio screamed. It was not fear, not pain alone. It was the sound of flesh accepting a verdict it had long postponed. His backplate split. The ceramite cracked down the center with a report like a gunshot. Armor seals ruptured. Blood vented in hot streams, hissing where it struck the cold floor. Arkio dropped to one knee, the spear clattering against stone. Both hands braced before him as something moved beneath his shoulders. Rafen reached for him, but a force like a pressure wave threw him back. The backplate tore open. Bone pushed through first, pale and wet, unfolding from impossible spaces beneath Arkio's flesh. Then came muscle, red and glistening, knitting itself around the emerging shapes, even as blood poured down his armor. Feathers followed, white as funeral silk, slick with gore, spreading through the ruined ceramite with slow majesty. The wings unfurled wider than any mortal span, trembling, steaming, each feather edged in light and blood. The basilica stopped fighting. Even the dying looked. Pilgrims beyond the broken doors began to scream in worship. Some clawed at their own faces. Some fell to their knees in the gore of those who had died before them. Blood angels stood frozen, weapons lowered, their gene-forged hearts caught between awe and dread. Arkio rose slowly. His wings opened behind him, horrific and magnificent, white feathers dripping red over shattered armor. His face was twisted with pain, but beneath it shone exultation. Rafen stared at his brother, and the truth settled inside him like a blade driven with both hands. The lie had grown wings, and now it would not fall by warning. It would only fall when enough blood had been spilled to prove it false. Gold came to Arkio in the aftermath of blood. It was not given as armor is given to a servant. It was not issued from the armory with right number and oath seal, nor carried out beneath the eye of a quartermaster to be logged, blessed, and returned upon death. It was requested first, in language careful enough that refusal would have sounded like fear. Then it was demanded, without the word demand ever being spoken. The artificers of the Belus worked in a silence that had become terror. They stripped plates from sacred reserves and reforged them beneath red lamps and incense smoke, hammering gold over the battle-scarred frame that had borne Arkio through Cybele and Ikari. Servo arms hissed. Adamantine clamps locked and released. Armorers chanted the old litanies of sealing and awakening, their voices thin beside the deeper prayers of blood angels standing watch. When Arkio entered the arming sanctum, he did so barefoot and robed in white. The wings that had torn from his back were folded close, hidden beneath cloth, but their shape showed through with every movement. His face was pale from blood loss, luminous from faith, and changed in ways no apothecary had named aloud. He walked like a warrior approaching execution and coronation at once. Rafen stood at the rear of the sanctum, unhelmed, gauntlets locked behind his back. No one had invited him. No one had ordered him away. Sachiel lifted the first golden pauldron with both hands. The sanguinary priest's face was hollow with sleepless devotion. He had examined Arkio's flesh after the emergence of the wings. He had touched the torn places where bone and feather had burst through armor and meat. He had watched blood clot too swiftly, skin knit too cleanly, pain become rapture behind Arkio's eyes. A wiser soul might have called for chains. A colder one might have called for fire. Sachiel called for meaning. Staley had given him that meaning. "Behold the blessed," the Inquisitor said softly, his voice filling the chamber, because all others had ceased. "Behold the pure one, upon whom the angel's wound has opened not as curse, but as revelation. Behold the reborn angel." The titles settled over the gathered warriors like falling ash. Blessed, pure one, reborn angel. Each word was shaped like a weapon and aimed at an old grief. No blood angel in that chamber could hear them cleanly. They passed through memory first, through the death of Sanguinius, through 10,000 years of red thirst and black rage, through the faces of brothers sealed into black armor and sent to die because the past had eaten their minds. The chapter had endured by refusing hope too large to be trusted. Now hope stood before them with wings. The golden armor closed around Arkio piece by piece. Greaves, cuirass, vambraces, pauldrons, each lock sealed with a sound like a tomb door closing. The artificers left his back altered, plate reshaped to frame the wings rather than hide them. When the helm was brought, Arkio did not put it on. He held it beneath one arm and turned so the watchers could see him fully. Gold, where once there had been red. A master's color, not a servant's. Rafen felt the chamber shift. No order had changed. No oath had been revoked. Dante still lived. The chapter master still bore the death mask and the burden of command. Yet Arkio no longer looked like one of Dante's warriors. He looked like a claim against him. Steely bowed his head. The people of Shenlong await judgment. Arkio looked to the spear resting beside the altar. Its blade shone pale as a star seen through mist. Then they shall have it. Shenlong bent quickly. Its governors had spent generations ruling through fear of saints and punishment. They understood hierarchy with instinctive precision. The arrival of a winged golden Astartes, bearing a relic of Sanguinius, did not break their system of obedience. It fulfilled it. The highest fortress lords knelt in the blood-damp plazas of Ikari and offered him planetary authority before he asked. Those who hesitated found their rivals already prostrate, foreheads pressed to stone, voices proclaiming loyalty to the reborn angel. Arkio accepted governorship in the name of necessity. Necessity became dominion by nightfall. By the next day, the warriors of the reborn began to assemble. They were not imperial guard. They did not carry themselves with regimental discipline or armory standard order. They were pilgrims, penal troops, shrine militia, fortress youths, wounded veterans, aspirants from the harsher districts of Shenlong, and zealots dragged from the wreckage of Ikari with eyes wide from having seen Arkio's wings. They wore scarlet pilgrim armor, beaten thin and painted by hand. Some carried stolen laser guns and chain blades from the fortress arsenals. Some bore flamers taken from corpse-cleansing teams. Others held only axes, devotional knives, or lengths of iron chain wrapped around their fists. They marched behind banners daubed in blood. On every banner was the same crude image: a winged figure in gold, a spear in hand, a red sun behind his head. Their processions moved through Ikari's outer districts, with flamers held high like censers. Priests walked before them, whipping their own backs bloody as they recited Steely's chosen names: the Blessed, the Pure One, the Reborn Angel. Vox towers carried those titles across Shenlong until they echoed from factories, pilgrim roads, trenches, infirmaries, and execution yards. Men crawled from medici wards to join. Boys lied about their age and were not refused. Condemned prisoners begged to die in Arkio's sight and were given blades instead. Rafen watched from a shattered balcony as the first muster filled the plaza below. Thousands upon thousands packed the stone, chanting until the fortress walls trembled. Their faith had no discipline. It had direction, and that made it dangerous enough. A disciplined army obeyed command. A fanatic host obeyed hunger, given a holy name. Behind him, Brother Malachi approached and stopped before coming too close. They had fought together on Cybele. Malachi had carried Rafen through a storm of traitor fire after a shell blast had half buried them both beneath corpse stone. They had shared blood rites, ammo, and silence. Now, Malachi would not meet his eyes. "You should not stand apart," Malachi said. "I am where I must be." "You look upon him as if he is corruption." Rafen turned. "And you look upon him as if he is salvation." Malachi's mouth tightened. "What if he is? Then salvation has learned to enjoy being worshipped." The words struck harder than Rafen intended. Malachi's expression closed. When he spoke again, his voice had the formal chill of a warrior addressing one no longer fully trusted. "Guard your tongue, brother. Doubt has a scent." Rafen watched him leave, and the loneliness that followed was worse than anger. The blood angels who followed Arkio were not fools. That was what made the horror endure. They were not cackling traitors, not oath-breakers eager to spit on Baal, not men who hated Dante. Many loved him. Many revered him as the ancient shield of the chapter. Yet they believed a greater sorrow had been answered. They believed Sanguinius had returned in some form beyond crude understanding. They believed the flaw might finally be redeemed, the red thirst sanctified, the black rage broken open to reveal not madness, but purpose. Their loyalty to the Father became disloyalty to the Son who had guarded the chapter in his absence. Hope did what hatred could not. It made brothers lower their eyes when Rafen passed. Corus was the only one left who still spoke to him as before, and even Corus was fading. Rafen found the old sergeant in a disused Vox crypt beneath Ikari, where Shenlongi signal engines had once coordinated fortress pilgrim routes. The chamber was half ruined, its ceiling cracked, its cogitators fouled by dust and dried blood. Prayer strips dangled from broken cable nests. A dead Vox servitor still sat wired to its throne, its skull split by shrapnel, one augmetic hand twitching as if trying to complete an order given before death. Corus knelt before a console, helm on the floor beside him. His eyes were bloodshot. His lips moved soundlessly. "Horus," he whispered. Rafen closed the hatch behind him. The old sergeant's hand snapped to his blade before recognition returned. He sagged, ashamed not of weakness, but of being witnessed. "It grows louder," Corus said. "The rage, the death, the walls, the claw, his wings breaking. I see terror where Shenlong stands. I see the traitor's shadow. I smell our father's blood." Rafen stepped beside him and placed a data wafer on the console. "I need your Vox links." Corus looked at the wafer, then at him. "To whom?" "Baal." Understanding came slowly, then fully. "You would send warning past command. Command is compromised. That word will kill you if spoken in the wrong chamber. It may yet preserve the chapter." Corus laughed once, and the sound broke into a cough. Blood spotted his teeth. The oldest treason, disobedience in service to loyalty. Rafen did not deny it. They worked in the dark while the fortress trembled above them with processions and chants. Corus knew paths through the old encryption networks because he had spent decades distrusting clean channels. His hands shook as he opened dead relays, rerouted power through corpse-cold circuits, and awakened a narrow beam transmitter hidden beneath a chapel archive. Rafen fed identity seals into the system, then broke 3 of them to bypass Arkio's new sensors. Static answered, then prayer code, then blackness. Corus slammed his fist into the console hard enough to dent the brass casing. Again! They tried again. This time, the machine spirit screamed in Binharic outrage. Sparks spat from the console. Rafen's gauntlet came away slick. He had not noticed the cut in his palm until blood ran across the keys. Corus leaned forward and whispered old access cant in a voice that began as his own and ended as someone else's. "Horus," he breathed. "No, no, not him, not again." Rafen gripped his shoulder. "Corus!" The old sergeant seized the data wafer and pushed it into the slot with a snarl. The transmission window opened for less than a minute. Rafen bent close to the Vox grill. "By the blood of Sanguinius, to Lord Dante, to Baal command, to any loyal ear bearing rightful seal. Arkio claims divine authority. The spear is in his hand. Shenlong has bent knee. Brothers follow. Staley guides him. Sachiel confirms signs I believe false. Word-bearer influence remains. I cannot prove corruption, but I know the scent of a blade hidden in incense. Send judgment. Send haste. Send one who will not kneel." The channel buckled. Corus added one phrase, voice ragged. "The angel walks, and I fear it is not our father." The beam died. For a moment, only static prayers filled the crypt. Then boots sounded beyond the hatch. Rafen removed the wafer. Corus crushed the console's active core with his fist. The hatch opened to reveal Brother Malachi and 2 others, helms sealed, weapons lowered, but ready. "Brother Rafen," Malachi said, "the Pure One summons all ranking warriors to council aboard the Belus." Pure One. Rafen tasted blood and did not know whether it came from his mouth or the wound in his hand. The council aboard the Belus took place in the Strategium, where Dante's order had once been set. A side without being named disobeyed. Now no one pretended the chamber belonged to Old Command. Arkio stood at the head of the hololithic table in gold armor, wings folded behind him, the spear held upright at his side. Shenlong rotated in red and gold light beneath his gaze. Around it, projected roots spread outward like veins from a heart. Cibele, Baal, successor chapter holdings, shrine worlds, recruiting worlds, war fronts where sons of Sanguinius might hear and answer. The Blood Crusade had a shape before anyone admitted its name. Sachiel stood to Arkio's right, Stele to his left. Captain Aidion was present, but not central. That alone told Rafen how far the sickness had spread. Arkio spoke with apocalyptic certainty. Our father's blood cries out across the void. His sons have endured, divided, ashamed, chained by a curse we have mistaken for damnation. No more. We will call them home. Blood angels, successors, all who bear the gene line of the angel. They will see what you have seen. They will know that the age of mourning is ended. A veteran sergeant asked, "And Lord Dante?" The chamber chilled. Arkio's face did not change. Dante has carried the burden longer than any son should. He is honored. He is beloved. He is tired. No one spoke. I will relieve him. There, said at last. Sachiel bowed his head. I have examined the signs. I have tested the blood. I have seen the spear awaken. I cannot name this false. Rafen looked at him. Cannot or will not. Several warriors turned. Sachiel's gaze sharpened with hurt. Take care, Rafen. Stele stepped in before the wound could bleed openly. The Inquisition recognizes extraordinary manifestation when the Emperor deigns to reveal it. I do not command the sons of Sanguinius in matters of inheritance, yet I place my seal upon the truth that Brother Arkio has shown no sign of corruption known to my office. Rafen almost laughed. It would have been a mad sound. A captain from the 2nd Assault Cadre spoke from the far side of the table. Those who resist this revelation resist hope. Perhaps they have grown comfortable in sorrow. Another added, or fear salvation, because it would demand courage. The accusations did not need Rafen's name. They all looked at him anyway. Arkio's expression softened, and that mercy was a greater cruelty than anger. Brother, he said, you may still stand with me. Rafen answered in the old way, because only the old way remained clean. I stand with the chapter. Arkio's eyes hardened. So do I. The council ended with oaths to prepare the crusade. Rafen left alone. War came again before night cycle. Remaining word-bearer cells were discovered in the lower Hab districts of Ikari, where the poor and the pilgrims had been packed into concrete warrens beneath the fortress guns. Their ritual site had been raised inside a communal shrine, its icons overturned, its walls painted with blood script, its floor covered in the bodies of residents arranged in spirals. Some still lived. Their mouths were sewn shut. Their eyes had been removed and replaced with prayer beads. Arkio led the strike himself in gold armor. No commander needed to. The cells were cornered. A careful purge would have sufficed. Arkio came because symbols mattered now more than necessity. The blood angels breached through the ceiling and walls, descending amid dust and screaming masonry. Word-bearer cultists met them with autoguns, blades, and stolen flamers. Arkio moved through them like a verdict. The spear took heads, opened torsos, pinned men to walls, and burned traitor flesh, white where its edge passed. His wings dragged through smoke behind him. The warriors of the Reborn followed in their thousands through the surrounding Hab levels, chanting his names as they fought. Rafen was there by order, perhaps as witness, perhaps as warning. He saw a cult leader captured alive, his hands broken, his jaw shattered by a blood angel's gauntlet. The man tried to speak through ruined teeth, gesturing toward the Hab block behind the shrine. Civilians crowded there, hundreds of them, maybe more, pressed behind barricaded doors where the word-bearers had used them as shields and sacrifices. One of Arkio's honor guards said, "They may be compromised." Rafen stepped forward. "They are civilians." Arkio looked at the sealed Hab entrance. From within came sobbing, prayers, the thin wail of the wounded. "Doubt breeds infection," he said. The flamers advanced. Raphan moved. 2 blood angels blocked him. Promethium washed through the hab block. The screams lasted longer than the fire. Men hammered on the inside of metal doors until their hands cooked against them. Smoke forced itself through vents in black tongues. Children's prayers became animal noises, then wet silence. The smell filled the corridor, sweet and greasy and thick enough to taste through helm filters. When the doors finally buckled outward, burning bodies spilled across the threshold, fused together, arms reaching, mouths open around the last shape of disbelief. Arkio watched until the flames guttered. "No corruption will leave this district," he said. Raphan stared at the dead and felt the firing line of brotherhood forming around him. Far away, across the void, the warning reached Baal as a crippled whisper wrapped in broken encryption and old blood codes. It passed through astropathic choirs who screamed when they touched it. It moved through command relays where serfs died to preserve its integrity. It entered the halls of the blood angels beneath the gaze of statues older than many imperial dynasties. At last, it was brought before Dante. The chapter master listened once. He did not rage. He did not curse Arkio's name. He did not strike the messenger down or demand impossible certainty from a message already half devoured by static. He stood in silence beneath the weight of 10,000 years, golden mask hiding whatever sorrow crossed the ancient face beneath it. When the last words faded, Dante remained still long enough that the serfs in attendance began to tremble. Then he turned to the warrior waiting in shadow beside the chamber doors. "Send Mephiston." The Europe moved through the void like a mausoleum dragged by engines of wrath. Its hull was the red of sealed blood beneath the blackness of space, marked by golden wings, prayer script, and scars earned in wars that had outlived planetary kingdoms. Along its flanks, lance batteries slept beneath armored shutters. Its launch bays were chapels with grav clamps. Its torpedo decks were catacombs where warheads large enough to murder cities rested beneath votive chains and machine wards. Every corridor carried the smell of incense, cold iron, and recycled air touched by the breath of men who had not laughed in centuries. Aboard the Europe, sound behaved as if it understood reverence. Serfs walked barefoot over black deck plates, their robes dyed mourning red, their heads shaved and tattooed with warding script. They spoke only when questioned. Many did not speak at all, their tongues removed in childhood, so no careless word could profane the vaults they served. Servo skulls drifted through the gloom bearing candles, censers, and silver trays of sanctified ammunition. Reliquary chambers lined the inner spine of the ship, each sealed behind stasis fields, psychic wards, and doors thick enough to resist siege drills. Behind those doors rested blades taken from dead heroes, helms split by traitor claws, chalices that had touched gene seed blood, and banners whose fibers had drunk the smoke of 100 crusades. The librarians of the blood angels walked there in darkness. Their armor was black beneath crimson robes, its surfaces etched with hexagrammic warding, blood drops, and the names of brothers lost to visions no mortal mind could survive. Their force weapons were carried point down, their helms hung from their belts, their faces were pale, severe, and still with the strain of holding shut doors inside the soul. Around them, psychic wards glowed faintly along bulkhead seams, not bright enough to illuminate the corridors, only enough to make shadows seem disciplined. Even Astartes lowered their voices aboard the Europe, not because the ship demanded silence, because Mephiston was awake. The Lord of Death stood upon the command deck beneath a vaulted dome of armored glass, staring into the warp-streaked dark beyond the Geller field shimmer. No throne held him, no banner framed him. He required neither. His presence was a wound in the room around which all other beings unconsciously arranged themselves. He wore the red armor of the blood angels, but in the half-light it seemed almost black, as if it had been lacquered in old night. His psychic hood rose around his head like the collar of some funerary god. His face was not beautiful, as the sons of Sanguinius were beautiful. It was too gaunt, too pale, too controlled, the face of a man who had died, clawed his way back through madness, and left too much humanity behind in the grave. The bridge serfs did not look at him. The Space Marines did, and wished they had not. Mephiston was proof that the Black Rage could be overcome. That alone should have made him a beacon, a living answer to the curse. Yet hope curdled in his presence. He had conquered the madness that devoured the noblest sons of the angel, but conquest had not restored him. It had changed him into something more terrible than the death he had escaped. To see him was to know that survival was not always mercy, and that mastery over the beast within might leave a warrior less a man than a blade given breath. When Dante's command reached the Europe, Mephiston listened without movement. The chapter master's image shimmered in a hololithic field before him, distorted by astropathic strain, yet monumental even in ghostlight. Gold death mask, ancient restraint, weariness armored by command. The Lord of the Blood Angels did not speak like a ruler fearing rebellion. He spoke like a guardian who had watched hope kill too many sons. Arkio bears the spear. Shenlong bends to him. Witnesses claim manifestation. Raphan names corruption. Chorus confirms dread. Steely stands at Arkio's side. Sachiel has not opposed him. No one on the command deck moved. Dante's masked face turned slightly, as if across impossible distance. He looked not at the bridge, but into the hollow beneath Mephiston's ribs, where the Black Rage had once made a throne. If he is our father returned, kneel. If he is false, end him. The transmission dissolved. For several heartbeats, only the hum of the ship remained. Mephiston closed his eyes. Those nearest him felt the temperature drop. Candles in nearby servo skulls burned blue. A serf at the auger station began bleeding from the nose and did not dare wipe it away. The librarians standing behind their lord bowed their heads as a pressure passed through the command deck. Not sound, not speech, but will extending into the dark. At last, Mephiston opened his eyes. Epistolary Vode. A black-armored librarian stepped forward, his force axe mag locked across his back, his face lined by old psychic burns. My lord, take Captain Gallio, take chosen witness, go before me. Vode inclined his head. To judge? To see what kneeling eyes will not. Captain Gallio stood at the edge of the command dais, helm beneath one arm, his armor marked by campaign honors and old repairs polished to mirror brightness. Where Vode burned with contained spiritual fury, Gallio was iron. Martial authority had shaped him until little remained that could be moved by spectacle. He was not faithless. No blood angel was faithless in any simple mortal way. But Gallio trusted chain of command, field assessment, and the hard truth of weapons more readily than miracles. His strike cruiser Amareo waited in formation beneath the Europe's shadow, engines hot, gun decks awakened. Gallio struck his fist to his breastplate. By your command. Vode did not look at him. His gaze remained fixed on the fading hololithic residue where Dante's image had stood. A false image of Sanguinius, he said, voice low. Mephiston's eyes moved to him. Vode's jaw tightened. If chaos hides behind our father's face, my lord, then heresy is too weak a word. It is obscenity. Then do not be deceived by fury, Mephiston said. Fury is a door. The warp owns many keys. Vode bowed his head, but the anger in him did not lessen. It became sharper. Within the hour, the Amareo broke from the Europe's side and translated toward Arkio's gathering sphere. Shenlong had not been enough for the reborn angel. Faith needed witnesses. Rebellion needed ritual. A local miracle could be contained, denied, buried beneath seals and death warrants. A convocation on a shrine world could not. Sabian was chosen not for strategic value, but for theatre. It was a world of sanctified avenues, winged statues, open plazas, pilgrim amphitheatres, reliquary temples, and broadcast shrines built to carry doctrine across systems. It had received armies, crusade musters, penitential hosts, and the relics of martyrs. Now it would receive Arkio. The move transformed rumour into schism. From Shenlong came the warriors of the reborn in troop transports, freighters, commandeered pilgrim ships, and scarred military landers. They wore scarlet armour, ash robes, devotional chains, and stolen war gear. They painted Arkio's winged silhouette across hulls, banners, faces, and shields. The more disciplined among them marched in crude formations. The rest moved like a holy mob, chanting until their throats tore open, then continuing in wet whispers. Aspirants from Shenlong's harsher fortress districts stood among them with shaven heads and eyes bright from sleepless devotion. They believed they had been born late, only so they might die near him. From the Belus came blood angels, who still called themselves loyal. That was the poison. They did not say rebellion. They said revelation. They did not say usurpation. They said inheritance. They did not say Arkio would replace Dante. They said the old lord would be relieved of his sorrow. The words were gentler than the truth, and therefore more dangerous. Steely arranged Sabian as if preparing a mass execution disguised as a coronation. The grand plaza of sepulchral wings was cleansed, sanctified, and occupied. Censers the size of drop pods hung from chains between angelic statues, pouring incense into the air until the horizon blurred. Banners filled every parapet, most bearing the chalice and the wing, but many now showing Arkio's golden shape. Pilgrims were admitted by the tens of thousands, packed behind barricades of bronze and bone, guarded by warriors of the reborn who smiled too eagerly at the idea of martyrdom. Rebel blood angels stood in formal ranks on the plaza steps, armor polished, helms sealed, bolters held across their chests. At the center, upon a raised dais built around an ancient statue of Sanguinius, Arkio would stand. The trial was rigged before the judges arrived. Not crudely, not with visible threats. Steely did not need blades drawn at every throat. He used pressure more subtle than steel. He placed the wounded near the front, so their gratitude would be seen first. He placed aspirants where Vode's witch sight would taste their hope and hunger before suspicion. He placed choirs in the flanking shrines, their hymns tuned to old blood angels' lamentations. He placed relics of Sanguinius in sight of the dais. He ordered vox repeaters to carry every gasp, every whispered prayer, every sob of wonder across the plaza and into the orbiting ships. And beneath it all, with Malphalax breathing through the gaps in his soul, he laid a psychic weight upon the gathering. Not compulsion. That might be detected too easily. Not illusion. Illusions break when struck. He amplified longing. Every blood angel who entered the plaza felt the wound of Sanguinius ache. Every memory of the Primarch's death drew nearer. Every dream of the angel's face seemed fresher, brighter, almost within reach. Those already inclined toward Arkio felt certainty deepen. Those who doubted felt guilt sharpen. Those who resisted felt as if they were turning away from their own father's hand. When the Amareo entered orbit, its arrival cut across the fever like a blade drawn in a chapel. Captain Gallio descended with armed witness and formal authority. Epistolary Vode came beside him, force axe in hand, hooded eyes burning with a blue darkness that made mortal pilgrims whimper and cross themselves. They did not arrive as supplicants. They arrived as sons of Baal, bearing Dante's silence behind them. Ralphan watched from the lower steps of the plaza, isolated among warriors who had once called him brother without reservation.
Remember, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support helps.
He had been permitted to attend, Perhaps because Arkio still loved him in some damaged way. Perhaps because Steely wanted dissent visible and outnumbered. Around him, rebel blood angels avoided his gaze. Malachi stood 3 ranks away, helm sealed, unmoving. Sachiel remained at Arkio's right hand, face drawn and pale. Steely stood slightly behind the dais, black robes stirring in incense wind. Arkio emerged to thunder. Pilgrims screamed. Warriors struck fists to breastplates. The choirs rose in lamentation and triumph. Arkio wore gold bright enough to wound the eye, his wings unfurled behind him, white feathers touched by candlelight and ash. The spear of Telesto rested in his hand. He looked less like a warrior than an icon made animate. Vode's revulsion struck the air before he spoke. Rafen felt it. So did every librarian-born thing in the plaza. The epistolary stared at Arkio with the expression of a man watching a corpse wear his father's face. Gallio stepped forward first. "Brother Arkio," he said, voice carrying through the vox amplifiers. "By authority of Lord Dante, chapter master of the Blood Angels, you are required to submit yourself, the spear of Telesto, and all claims made in your name to immediate judgment." A murmur moved through the pilgrims. Warriors of the Reborn tightened hands around weapons. Arkio looked upon Gallio with sorrow, almost convincing enough to be holy. "Captain Gallio, you come as a brother. You are received as one. I come as command. I honor command. Then obey it." The plaza seemed to hold its breath. Arkio did not kneel. He did not lower the spear. "I obey the blood." Vode moved. Not far, only 1 step, but the force of his hatred rolled outward in a psychic pressure that made nearby mortals cry out. His eyes had fixed upon Arkio's chest, then his wings, then the space behind his shoulders, as if seeing not flesh, but something coiled through it. "There," Vode hissed. Steely's face did not change. Gallio turned slightly. "Epistolary?" Vode raised his force axe. "There is rot behind the light." The plaza erupted in shouted denial. Pilgrims screamed blasphemy at him. Warriors of the Reborn surged against their own barricades. Blood angels shifted in their ranks, some in fury, some in fear. Arkio remained still, and that stillness made him seem the only calm thing in the world. "You are troubled, brother," Arkio said. Vode's psychic hood flared. Blue fire crawled along the haft of his axe. "Do not call me brother while wearing my father's ghost." Arkio's wings opened wider. "Our father. Liar." The word struck harder than any weapon. Sachiel stepped forward, horrified. "Vode, stand down." Vode ignored him. His gaze bored into Arkio with a librarian's sight, peeling away radiance, searching beneath miracle and flesh. For an instant, Rafen saw Vode's expression change from fury to confirmation. Not proof that could be argued before a council, not evidence for parchment. Something worse, certainty of the soul. Vode attacked. He moved with the speed of a space marine and the wrath of a priest whose god had been mocked. His force axe ignited fully, blue lightning wrapping the blade as he charged the dais. Gallio shouted an order. Blood angels raised weapons. Rafen lunged forward, too far away to change anything. Arkio met Vode with the spear. The first clash detonated light across the plaza. The force axe struck the spear's blade, and psychic backlash cracked the stone beneath them. Vode pressed forward, snarling warding canticles, each word a hammer blow against the unseen thing inside Arkio. Arkio staggered just once. His wings twitched, his face tightened, and for a heartbeat, something beneath his skin moved wrong. Steely whispered. Arkio recovered. He drove Vode back with a sweep of the spear that cut the librarian's breastplate open from hip to shoulder. Blood flashed into the air. Vode ignored the wound and slammed one gauntlet against Arkio's chest, releasing a psychic blast at point-blank range. The golden armor blackened. Arkio's teeth clenched. The feathers of one wing singed at the edge. Then Arkio struck. The spear pierced Vode below the ribs and burst from his back in a spray of blood, splintered bone, and blue fire. Vode's force axe fell from numb fingers. His mouth opened, and for a moment no sound came. His eyes remained locked on Arkio, not in defeat, but accusation. Arkio leaned close. "I forgive you." Vode spat blood across his face. "It is not your forgiveness I fear." Arkio tore the spear free. Vode fell down the steps of the dais, armor ringing against stone, blood spreading beneath him in a dark fan. The psychic light in his eyes guttered and died. Captain Gallio's bolter came up. "Traitor!" The word ended whatever remained of peace. Gallio fired at Arkio. The first shell struck the golden breastplate and exploded, staggering him. The second tore into one folded wing, blasting white feathers and red flesh across the dais. Arkio roared, not with pain alone, but with wounded divinity. Blood angels shouted. Warriors of the Reborn opened fire. The plaza dissolved into chaos. Gallio charged through it. He was not moved by spectacle, but he was moved by duty, and duty made him terrible. He fired as he advanced, bolt rounds hammering Arkio's armor, his power sword igniting in his other hand. Arkio came down from the dais to meet him. Around them, loyal witness and rebel guard killed one another at distances too close for tactics. Bolters detonated inside torsos. Chainswords screamed. Pilgrims tried to throw themselves between combatants and were shredded into meat by crossfire. Censers fell from their chains and burst, spilling burning incense oil across the dead. Gallio reached Arkio and struck with disciplined fury. His power sword carved a bright line across Arkio's pauldron. Arkio answered with the spear, but Gallio turned the thrust aside and slammed his bolter into Arkio's face, firing once. The shell grazed his cheek and detonated behind him, spattering gold armor with fragments of stone and blood. For a moment, Gallio seemed capable of doing what the entire fevered host believed impossible. Then Arkio's wing snapped forward. It struck Gallio across the side, not like feather, but like living bone behind a curtain of white. The captain staggered. Arkio stepped inside his guard and drove the spear through his abdomen, lifting him from the ground. Gallio's sword fell, clattering against the steps. He gripped the haft with both hands, trying to pull himself closer, trying even then to reach Arkio's throat. "Dante will know," Gallio said through blood. Arkio's expression twisted. "Dante will understand." He hurled Gallio from the spear. The captain struck the base of Sanguinius's statue and collapsed there, one hand still reaching for his sword. His blood ran into the cracks of the shrine world stone. Rafen stood amid the madness, bolter in hand, unable for one awful heartbeat to move. Vode dead, Gallio dying, blood angels killing blood angels, while pilgrims praised the slaughter as revelation. Arkio rose above it all, blood on his golden armor, one wing wounded, the spear burning in his fist. Then he gave the order that ended any possible return. "Belus," he voxed, his voice carrying across plaza, orbit, and history. "The Amareo has declared against the will of the angel. Fire." In orbit, the strike cruiser Amareo held position above Sabian, its shields raised, but its guns not yet loosed upon a brother ship. Its command crew had received fragments of the plaza chaos. Captain Gallio's vitals flickered. Vode's rune had gone black. Loyalists aboard prepared boarding protocols, not broadside war. The Belus turned its guns. For a moment, both vessels hung above the shrine world, like red blades facing one another in ritual silence. Then the Belus opened fire. Lance beams crossed the void in white fury, punching through the Amareo's void shields and carving molten wounds along its flank. Torpedoes followed, their warheads striking the cruiser's midsection in successive blooms of sun-bright violence. Armor plates sheared away, gun decks ruptured, atmosphere vented in glittering storms filled with bodies, parchment, and flame. The Amareo tried to turn, tried to answer, but the first strike had crippled its spine. A second lance barrage cut through the engine decks. The Amario broke open. Its reactor heart went critical in a silent sphere of light that outshone Sabian's sun for a handful of breaths. The strike cruiser split into burning fragments, each trailing fire as it began to fall into the Shrine World's gravity well. Escape craft scattered like sparks from a cremation pyre. Many were destroyed by debris. Others vanished into the upper atmosphere, wounded and tumbling. Below, the battle in the plaza slowed as the sky filled with falling stars. Rafen looked upward. The debris of the Amareo burned above Sabian in red streaks, beautiful as festival lights, terrible as judgment. Each one was a coffin. Each one was a brother. Each one marked the moment when doubt became civil war. Blood angels had killed blood angels in the open void. Arkio watched the burning heavens with tears on his face, and whether they were grief, triumph, or the last remnants of the brother Rafen had known, no soul alive could say. The Amareo fell slowly at first, as if the void itself were reluctant to surrender a blood angel's vessel to gravity. Its burning fragments crossed Sabian's upper atmosphere in long red wounds, each one trailing fire, wreckage, bodies, and the last unspent fury of a loyal ship murdered by a brother's guns. Armor plates the size of cathedrals turned white-hot as they descended. Broken lance arrays tumbled end over end, shedding molten teeth. Escape craft spun helplessly in the debris storm, some alive with desperate beacons, some already dark coffins falling toward the shrine world below. The reactor heart's final glow faded into a smear of crimson light that stained the heavens like blood across glass. On the surface, loyalists and rebels looked upward and saw different omens. To Arkio's faithful, the wreckage was judgment. The Amareo had refused revelation, and the heavens had answered with fire. Pilgrims threw themselves flat upon the stones of Sabian's Grand Plaza, pressing their faces into the dust, crying thanks that they had witnessed punishment from the reborn angel. Warriors of the reborn beat chain blades against scarlet breastplates and chanted until their throats tore raw. Some laughed, some wept, some raised cups to catch the warm black rain of falling ash, drinking it as if it were sacrament. To the loyal sons still hidden among the host, the burning sky was treachery made visible. Rafen watched a fragment of the Amareo cut through the clouds and vanish beyond the shrine spires. A distant impact followed, too far away to hear as sound, but powerful enough to make the plaza tremble beneath his boots. Dust fell from the wings of the statues. Mortal pilgrims took the vibration for divine approval and cried out anew. Rafen did not speak. His bolter remained in his hands. Around him, warriors who had once stood beside him now stood too near with weapons angled not at him, not openly, but close enough that honesty no longer mattered. Brother Malachi was among them, his helm sealed, his crimson armor daubed with a small gold wing upon the right pauldron. He did not meet Rafen's gaze. None of them did. That was worse than accusation. It meant they had already judged him in silence. Above them all, Arkio stood upon the dais, where Vode's blood had not yet dried. Gold armor, white wings, the spear of Telesto in his hand. Gallio lay dead beneath the statue of Sanguinius, one gauntlet still curled, as if reaching for command beyond death. Vode's body had been taken away by black-robed serfs under Staley's direction, though Rafen had marked the path they used and the haste with which they worked. Truth was being removed from the plaza piece by piece. Staley stood behind Arkio, face composed, hands folded within his sleeves. He looked upward at the burning sky with the sorrow of a man forced to witness necessary execution. Rafen saw only satisfaction in the stillness around his eyes. In orbit beyond Sabian, the Europae came out of translation, like a tomb opening in the dark. The battle barge did not arrive alone. Strike craft and escorts moved with it in disciplined formation, their engines burning cold blue against the shrine world's blood-red reflection. Its launch bays were already awake. Thunderhawks sat locked in grave cradles, their hulls blackened with old war scripture, wing guns armed, troop compartments filled with warriors who knew they might be ordered to descend upon their own brothers. Assault craft waited beside them, blunt-nosed and brutal, each one consecrated for ship-to-ship murder. Boarding torpedoes rested in their racks like iron coffins pointed toward the Belus, their guidance spirits whispering through Binharic prayer. In sealed lower vaults, the Death Company contingencies had been prepared. The black armor was laid out beneath red lamps. Chaplains stood ready with crozius and execution writ. Restraint harnesses hung open. Names of brothers near the edge of the Black Rage had been marked and cross-marked in command slates. No one aboard the Europae wished to loose such a thing upon Sabian. Wishes meant nothing. Necessity had more authority than mercy. Deep within the torpedo decks, beneath triple-keyed seals and wards, spoken by librarians until their mouths bled, cyclonic torpedoes waited in their cradles. Mephiston had ordered them armed. The words had passed through the command deck without drama. No thunder, no raised voice. No one mistook the order for anger. That made it more terrible. The Lord of Death had looked upon the reports from Sabian, upon the death of Vode, the murder of Gallio, the destruction of the Amareo, the gathering of rebel blood angels and mortal fanatics, and had spoken of planetary annihilation as one might speak of sealing an infected wound. If Arkio's followers could not be stopped, Sabian would burn. Not out of hatred, not vengeance, not despair, because the blood angels would rather murder a shrine world than allow the face of Sanguinius to become a mask for chaos. Mephiston stood upon the Europae's command deck while the shrine world turned beneath him. Red-robed serfs trembled at their stations. Black-armored librarians formed a silent crescent behind him. His honor guard waited near the assault bay access, helms locked, weapons awakened. No warrior aboard asked whether he meant to use the torpedoes. They knew he did. On Sabian, dread thickened until it had weight. The grand plaza of sepulchral wings became a powder keg of red armor, gold armor, black robes, human bodies, and loaded bolters. Every shrine balcony held armed pilgrims. Every processional stair was packed with warriors of the reborn. Scarlet banners stirred in incense-heavy wind, each one painted with Arkio's winged silhouette. Aspirants from Shenlong stood in crude ranks, with chain blades clutched against their chests, eyes fever-bright, eager to die before they had ever earned the right to wear true armor. Priests with flayed backs and iron halos walked between them, whispering that martyrdom was no longer a hope, but a summons. Rebel blood angels held the inner lines. Their numbers were not legion, not enough to drown a world by themselves, but they did not need to be. A single Astartes could turn a barricade into a fortress, and a corridor into a slaughterhouse. Dozens could turn a shrine district into a killing field. The danger was not their number alone, it was what they represented. Each warrior who stood with Arkio was a crack in the chapter's soul. Each carried the gene seed of Sanguinius. Each knew Blood Angel's doctrine, command code, deployment right, and weakness. Civil war among Astartes did not require billions of warriors to become catastrophe. It required only brothers willing to fire first. The mortals provided the scale. They filled Sabian's avenues in uncounted masses, kneeling, chanting, shoving, bleeding. Pilgrim hosts clogged the roads from every landing field. Shenlongi fanatics packed cathedral squares, ash painted across their faces, laser guns held like relics. Armed preachers climbed statues and screamed Arkio's titles across voxhorns until their throats split and they coughed blood over their own congregations. The shrine world's infrastructure amplified everything. Bells rang from towers miles apart. Picked feeds projected Arkio's image across hab blocks and reliquary walls. Loud hailers repeated his name until it became weather. Blessed, pure one, reborn angel. Rafen moved through the lower reliquary tunnels beneath the plaza with 2 loyal serfs and a failing map rune. trying to reach a secondary Vox shrine that might still answer Baal command. He had no illusion of escape. He wanted only one more warning sent before the plaza consumed itself. The first assassination attempt came in a corridor lined with glass coffins. Aspirants emerged from behind the sarcophagi, thin young men in scarlet pilgrim armor, faces shaved raw, eyes swollen from stimulant drafts and religious tears. They carried chain blades too large for their hands and devotional knives tucked into belts of prayer cord. Rafen saw them a heartbeat before they charged. "Faithless!" one screamed. Rafen did not fire at first. That hesitation cost him. The first aspirant struck his pauldron with a chain blade, the teeth screaming across ceramite and biting deep enough to spray sparks. The second leapt onto his back, stabbing at the neck seal with a hooked knife. Rafen smashed backward into the wall, crushing the boy against the coffins. Glass shattered. Preserved bones spilled across the floor. The aspirant made a wet, choking sound, but kept stabbing. Rafen seized him by the arm and threw him into the others. Then he fired. The bolter's report turned the tunnel into thunder. One aspirant ceased to have a torso. Another lost both legs and fell still, trying to crawl forward, dragging red strings behind him. The last came at Rafen with a prayer on his lips and a knife in both hands. Rafen caught him by the throat. The boy could not have been more than 15 standard years. His eyes shone with hatred and awe. "Arkio has judged you," he spat. Rafen tightened his grip until the spine broke. He let the body fall among the sacred dead and stood there longer than he should have, listening to the chain blade still revving weakly beneath a corpse's twitching hand. One of the serfs vomited into his own robe. The other crossed himself and whispered the angel's name. Rafen said nothing. Mercy had already become another casualty. The second attempt came before they reached the Vox shrine. This time, men in pilgrim robes waited behind a reliquary gate with stolen laser guns and one crude flamer. Their ambush was clumsy, but close. Last fire scorched Rafen's chest plate and burned one serf through the face, leaving the man stumbling without eyes before a second beam punched through his skull. The flamer washed the passage in orange heat. Rafen drove through it, armor blackening, and killed them with his hands because the range was too close for dignity. One died when Rafen crushed his ribcage inward. Another had his jaw torn away by a backhand. A third tried to detonate a grenade against Rafen's thigh. Rafen took his wrist, snapped it, and forced the grenade back against the man's own stomach before kicking him into the others. The blast painted the ceiling in blood and burned cloth. At the far end of the tunnel stood 3 blood angels. They had watched. Rafen knew them. Brothers once, warriors from Sibyl, men who had shared fire lanes with him beneath word-bearer guns. "Assist me," Rafen voxed, "by chapter oath." The central warrior tilted his helm slightly. "Arkio has already judged you." Then they turned and left him among the dead pilgrims and the stink of cooked flesh. Above, Arkio suffered beneath gold. The spear had not left his hand for hours. Every time he wrested it aside, visions came stronger. Every time he gripped it again, pain climbed his spine and filled his skull with white light. He stood in a private chapel behind the plaza dais while Stele moved around him, murmuring prayers that made the candles burn too low and too blue. Sachiel waited outside the chamber doors, forbidden entry by the Inquisitor's order and Arkio's silence. Arkio's wings twitched, not as wings should. The left folded and unfolded without his command, feathers shivering, then stiffening. Beneath the white plumage, bone plates shifted with small wet cracks. His golden backplate pressed against flesh that no longer held one shape. Blisters rose along his shoulders, filled with dark blood. Veins branched beneath the skin of his throat in lines too black to be natural. His face still bore the beauty of Sanguinius's line, but it flickered now, moments of radiance broken by something sharp beneath the flesh, something eager to push through. He saw Rafen, not in memory, in prophecy, in warning, in 1,000 flashes laid over one another. Rafen standing with the spear, Rafen driving it through his chest, Rafen's face cold with duty, Rafen's armor red with blood that was not all enemy blood. Arkio staggered, one hand striking the altar hard enough to crack marble. "No." Steely's voice came from behind him, soft as always. "You see the obstacle." Arkio breathed through clenched teeth. "I see my brother." "Do you?" The chapel seemed to darken. Steely stepped closer, eyes calm, expression heavy with counterfeit pity. When Horus stood before Sanguinius, did he not also wear the face of a brother? Did not love become the last chain? Did not hesitation become the wound through which doom entered? Arkio closed his eyes. The vision returned. Rafen with the spear, Rafen advancing, Rafen denying him before the gathered sons. Rafen's words from the Belus cut into memory like wire. "Give the spear back. Would you have refused it?" "Yes." "Then that is why it was not given to you." Steely's hand hovered just above Arkio's wounded back, never quite touching the place where the demon seed pulsed beneath flesh and false miracle. "Rafen is not warning," Steely whispered. "He is trial. He is the beloved obstacle. He is the brother who would make you small again. He is the name history gives to the hand that drags revelation back into the grave." Arkio's breath steadied. "Horus," he whispered. The words seemed to please something unseen. The spear flared in his grip. Arkio screamed. The relic's light no longer wrapped him gently. It burned. White fire crawled along the haft and sank through his gauntlets into the meat beneath. His fingers blistered inside their armor. Seals. His wings snapped open, striking both chapel walls, shattering icons and scattering candles. Bone pushed beneath his shoulders in wrong directions. The feathers nearest his spine turned grey at their roots. A seam opened along his back, wet and red, then closed as quickly as it had appeared. The spear rejected him. Not fully. Not yet. Steely would not allow the moment to become truth. He pressed down with the will Malphalax lent him, smothering the relic's judgment beneath a blanket of psychic pressure. The white flame dimmed. Arkio's scream became a snarl, then a shuddering breath. His golden gauntlet smoked around the weapon's haft. Steely spoke words in High Gothic first, then in a language Arkio did not understand. The mutation slowed. The wings folded, trembling. The beauty returned. Not cleanly, not honestly, but enough for witnesses. Arkio raised his head. His eyes were wet, bright, and no longer entirely sane. "Rafen must kneel," he said. Steely bowed. "Or be cast down." The Europe's descent craft entered Sabian's atmosphere under full escort. They did not come like pilgrims. They came like a sentence. Thunderhawks tore through the clouds in tight formation, their gunships black against the burning sky. Loyal blood angels stood ready in their holds, helms sealed, bolters locked to chest rigs, jump packs armed, restraint rites completed. Mephiston's honor guard occupied the lead craft, silent beneath red lamps. At their center stood the Lord of Death, unmoving despite the violent turbulence, his eyes open, his thoughts already reaching toward the world below. He felt Sabian before he saw it. The shrine world was saturated with prayer, terror, longing, and fresh betrayal. The warp moved close to its surface, not openly ruptured, but thinned by ritual pressure. Mortal faith rose like heat from the plazas. Blood Angel's grief burned brighter beneath it, old and potent, and in the center of that storm stood a light that should have been pure, and was not. Mephiston's mouth tightened by the width of a blade edge. The Thunderhawks landed at the western processional causeway, their ramps slamming down onto stone already stained by the ash of the Amario. Loyalist blood angels disembarked in disciplined ranks. No one cheered, no one knelt. Their silence cut across the plaza's fever. Mephiston stepped onto Sabian. The crowd recoiled. Even those who did not know him felt what he was. Pilgrims who had screamed themselves hoarse for Arkio now whimpered and pressed backward. Warriors of the Reborn raised weapons, then lowered them, then raised them again, unable to decide whether this pale lord was saint, executioner, or death wearing the red of angels. Rebel blood angels turned toward him with weapons ready, but not aimed. Not yet. Rafen emerged from a lower archway at the edge of the plaza. Armor burned, one pauldron gouged, blood dried across his gauntlets. He saw Mephiston and felt neither relief nor hope. The Lord of Death did not bring comfort. He brought conclusion. Arkio came to the dais as the plaza held its breath. Gold armor gleamed beneath the censers. His wings opened behind him, white and terrible. The spear rested in his right hand. Steely stood in black behind him. Sachiel stood nearby, pale, uncertain, caught between miracle and dread. Mephiston looked upon Arkio. His witch sight opened. To mortal eyes, nothing happened. To Rafen, the air seemed to tighten. To the librarians accompanying Mephiston, the plaza became a chamber of knives. Mephiston saw past gold, past wings, past false light, and grief made flesh. He saw the hidden seed coiled along Arkio's spine. He saw threads leading from Staley's soul into a darkness feathered with impossible eyes. He saw Malphalax's touch wound through sanctified language, through manipulated hope, through every title placed upon Arkio like a crown of hooks. Arkio lifted his chin. Lord Mephiston, you come late to revelation. Mephiston's voice carried without effort. I come in time for judgment. Steely stepped forward. My lord, in the name of the Inquisition, I must counsel restraint. What stands before you may be beyond ordinary understanding. Mephiston's eyes moved to him. The temperature in the plaza fell. You are a heretic. The words struck harder than gunfire. Steely's expression did not break. Only his eyes changed, and for one heartbeat, Rafen saw the thing behind them. Look outward. A murmur became a roar. Warriors shifted. Bolters rose by fractions. Pilgrims screamed denial. Sachiel flinched as though struck. Arkio's wings spread wider, one feather drifting loose and falling through the incense haze. Mephiston looked back to Arkio. You are false. Arkio smiled. It was Sanguinius's beauty almost. The curve of the face, the sorrow in the eyes, the grief transmuted into majesty. Almost enough to break the heart. Almost enough to make a son kneel. Almost. But behind the smile, something else looked out. Something patient. Something hungry. Something amused by fathers and sons, and the ease with which love could be made into a blade. Mephiston drew his force sword. Its edge woke with cold psychic fire. The Pure One should be match for any living warrior, he said. Stand before me, Arkio. Prove what your followers have named you. The plaza went silent. Not peaceful. Never that. Silence hung there like the moment before bolters speak, before brothers become corpses, before a world either survives judgment or burns beneath cyclonic fire. Arkio's fingers tightened around the spear of Telesto. His smile did not fade. Mephiston and Arkio faced one another before thousands, and Sabian held its breath. The grand plaza of sepulchral wings had become a minefield draped in incense and prayer. Pilgrims crowded every stair, balcony, shrine arch, and processional avenue, packed so tightly that the wounded remained upright only because the living pressed against them. Warriors of the Reborn stood in scarlet ranks with chain blades gripped in trembling hands, their faces wet with tears, ash, and the sweat of religious terror. Rebel blood angels held the inner circle around the dais. Crimson armor turned toward crimson armor, bolters lowered by fractions that meant nothing and everything. Loyalists from the Europae stood opposite them, silent and helmed, their weapon locks disengaged, their oaths caught somewhere between obedience and imminent murder. Above the plaza, the last wreckage of the Amario burned across the sky. Below it, Arkio stood in false gold. His wings were spread behind him, white feathers moving in the incense wind, beautiful enough to make weak men kneel, and terrible enough to make the strong want to. The wound Gallio had torn in one wing had been hidden badly. Blood darkened the feathers near the root. The golden plate across his chest was cracked where bolter fire had struck it. Yet he shone still, the spear of Telesto held upright in his hand, its pale blade gleaming like a judgment that had not yet chosen its victim. Mephiston stood opposite him in controlled darkness. The Lord of Death seemed almost still enough to be carved from black stone, though his armor was red beneath the shadow of his psychic hood. His force sword burned with cold light, not bright like Arkio's radiance, but deep, blue, and grave cold, like the glow beneath a tomb door opened at midnight. No rage marked him, no awe, no grief visible enough for mortals to comprehend. He looked upon Arkio as an apothecary might look upon infected flesh before the saw descended. The spear hung between them in the sight of every soul present. A relic, a weapon, a verdict waiting to happen. Arkio smiled with the face of a martyr saint and the eyes of something wearing borrowed sorrow. "You would test me, Lord of Death?" Mephiston's answer carried across the plaza without force, without effort, without mercy. "I would expose you." The pilgrims hissed. Some screamed blasphemy, others wept louder, as if their tears might drown the accusation before it became real. Warriors of the reborn lifted their blades, and loyal blood angels shifted in answer. 1,000 trigger fingers tightened. A single careless breath could have turned the plaza into a killing field. Then Raphan came through the loyalist line. He was wounded, hunted, and still standing. His armor was burned black along the left side from flame awash. One pauldron hung cracked, the winged blood drop nearly obliterated by chain-blade scars. Dried blood crusted his gorget and ran in old lines down the red ceramite of his breastplate. His right gauntlet was missing 2 fingers. His helm was mag-locked to his belt, split across the visor from some close strike in the reliquary tunnels. He carried his bolter in one hand and a combat blade in the other, both weapons marked with fresh gore. He walked as if pain had made a pact with him and lost. Several rebel blood angels moved to block him. Mephiston lifted one hand. They stopped. Raphan crossed the space between the lines, every step drawing hate, shame, and hope from those watching. Malachi stood among Arkio's guard and lowered his head as Raphan passed. He did not raise his bolter. He did not offer aid. That silence was its own betrayal. Raphan stopped before Mephiston and bowed only as much as duty required. "My lord, I claim the right." Arkio's expression changed. Not much. Enough. Mephiston did not look away from the winged figure on the dais. "You understand what you ask." "I understand what he is." "Do you?" Raphan's voice hardened. "He is my brother." The plaza murmured. Mephiston turned his pale gaze upon him. For an instant, Raphan felt himself opened by that stare, every memory of Baal's wastes, every word exchanged in anger, every doubt, every fear, every drop of love he still carried for Arkio, weighed and measured by something that had survived the black rage and become judgment in flesh. Then Mephiston stepped aside. "This is not merely law," he said. "It is blood. Make it clean, if such a thing is still possible." Raphan climbed the dais. Arkio watched him come, the spear brightening by degrees in his hand. His wings flexed. Around them, blood angels, loyal and rebel alike, stared with the helpless intensity of sons watching their own soul divide. Raphan stopped within striking distance. For a moment, neither raised a weapon. "You are my brother," Raphan said. His voice was blunt, low, and stripped of ornament. "You are not my Primarch." Arkio's face twisted, as if the words were a blade inserted beneath the ribs. "Then kneel as brother," he said, wounded divinity in every syllable, "or die as unbeliever." Raphan lifted his combat blade. Arkio raised the spear. They moved. No mortal in the plaza truly saw the first exchange. They saw only impact, sparks, and the sudden crack of ceramite under force too great for human war. Arkio struck high with the spear, using its reach to drive Rafen back before he could enter close measure. Rafen turned the blow with his blade, not stopping it, merely stealing enough of its angle that the teardrop point screamed past his helm and cut a line through the air beside his throat. He stepped inside, bolter rising. Arkio's wing snapped forward and struck the barrel aside as Rafen fired. The bolt shell detonated against the statue behind them, blowing marble feathers into the crowd below. Rafen cut low. Arkio leapt back with a jump pack burst from the small thrusters, mounted into his altered armor, his wings dragging the incense smoke into spirals. He landed atop the broken base of Sanguinius's statue, gold boots cracking the stone. Rafen followed without flight, driving forward with disciplined fury, never overreaching, never answering Arkio's grand motions with anything but purpose. The spear came down. Rafen rolled beneath it, came up close, and smashed his ruined gauntlet into Arkio's breastplate. The blow dented gold and drove Arkio back half a step. Arkio answered with a knee strike that hit Rafen's ribs hard enough to fracture ceramite and bone beneath. Rafen's breath left him in a bloody bark. He caught Arkio's wrist before the spear could reverse and drove his combat blade into the joint beneath the golden vambrace. Blood ran bright over gold. Arkio snarled and headbutted him. Their brows met with a crack like a gunshot. Rafen staggered. Arkio seized him by the gorget and hurled him across the dais. Rafen struck the stone, skidded through Vode's dried blood, and rolled before the spear stabbed down where his throat had been. The blade sank into the floor and split marble in a widening web. Rafen fired his bolter from the ground. One shell struck Arkio's thigh. Another clipped his side and burst against the rim of his backplate, spraying gold fragments and blood across the white feathers. Arkio tore the spear free and charged. Powerfield screamed as Rafen met him blade to blade. The spear's edge rang against the combat knife, the smaller weapon's field guttering under pressure. Rafen shifted, yielded, cut, moved. He had experience that Arkio did not. Years of measured violence, years of refusing the beast, years of learning that a son of Sanguinius must master not only the enemy before him, but the hunger behind his own teeth. Arkio had strength beyond what he should possess. His blows were faster, heavier, swollen by the thing in his spine, but purpose drove him unevenly. He fought to prove a world right. Rafen fought to end a lie. Arkio feinted toward Rafen's damaged side, then reversed and drove the spear toward his heart. Rafen caught the haft with both hands. The impact drove him to one knee. The blade stopped a hand's breadth from his chest. Arkio leaned over him, wings spread, face flushed with fury and rapture. "Kneel," Arkio whispered. "I am." Rafen twisted the haft and slammed his head into Arkio's wounded cheek. Arkio recoiled, and Rafen cut upward, carving a line across the golden breastplate. Blood welled beneath the split armor. Arkio howled and threw him back with strength that sent him crashing down the dais steps. The crowd surged and screamed. Arkio descended after him, lifting the spear in both hands. "Witness," he cried. "Witness what the angel grants." White fire gathered along the blade. Rafen forced himself upright. His ribs ground inside him. Blood filled his mouth. He saw the light that had annihilated word-bearers, the radiance that had made kneeling fools of hardened warriors, and ash of traitor plate. Arkio's face shone with terrible certainty. He aimed the spear at Rafen's chest. The light burst forth. It struck Rafen and did nothing. No burning, no unmaking, no white annihilation. The radiance rolled over his armor, through the winged blood drop, across the blood of Sanguinius carried within him, and passed like dawn over stone. His wounds remained. His breath remained. His hearts continued to beat. The plaza went silent. Arkio stared. "No," he whispered. Rafen stepped forward. The spear flared again, weaker this time, wild and unfocused. It refused the command. It would not murder one who carried the angel's gene code in loyal flesh. The weapon shook in Arkio's grip, like a living thing rejecting an unworthy hand. Rafen did not waste the moment. He lunged beneath the blade and drove his combat knife into the root of Arkio's injured wing. The cut was not clean. It was savage, sawing, forced through feather, flesh, tendon, and bone. White feathers blackened at the edge as the knife's power field spat against unnatural tissue. Blood sprayed across Arkio's golden backplate in a hot fan. Arkio screamed. It was not merely pain, it was desecration. The false angel's wing spasmed, folding wrong, spraying blood and loosened feathers across the dais. Arkio staggered, his face twisted, his divinity punctured in the sight of the faithful. Pilgrims began wailing. Some denied what they saw. Some tore at their own eyes. Some shouted that Rafen was Horus reborn, that the enemy had come wearing a brother's face. Steely moved then. He had watched the duel from behind the dais, calm until the spear refused Arkio. Now his hand rose within his sleeve, fingers forming a sign no imperial confessor had ever taught. His eyes turned black for a heartbeat. Not dark, black, as if the stars had gone out inside them. Sachiel saw him. The sanguinary priest turned, horror opening across his face. "Stele," he said. The Inquisitor smiled. Sachiel's skull burst from within. No shot was fired. No blade touched him. One moment he stood in white armor, one hand reaching toward the narthetium at his wrist. The next, his head snapped back, eyes exploding outward in ropes of blood, brain matter blasting through nose, mouth, and ruptured sockets. The back of his skull split against the inside of his helm collar, spraying red and grey across the priests behind him. His body remained upright for a moment longer, twitching as psychic force boiled the blood in his veins. Then he collapsed down the steps, white armor clanging, grail chalice rolling from his belt and spilling sacred blood into the dust. Stele's voice rang across the plaza. "Mephiston has murdered the priest." The words did what bolters had not yet done. They released the war. Rebel blood angels opened fire. Loyalists answered. At such range there was no grandeur, only butchery. Bolters barked at killing distance, mass reactive shells detonating inside ceramite and flesh. A loyal warrior took a shell beneath the helm, and his head vanished in a red burst, his body standing for 2 heartbeats before toppling. A rebel sergeant was cut in half by sustained fire, his torso spinning away from his legs, both halves still twitching in armor that refused to accept death quickly. Chainswords ignited throughout the plaza, their shrieking teeth meeting red plate, black plate, scarlet pilgrim armor, bare meat. Brothers killed brothers over the bodies of pilgrims. The mortals screamed hymns beneath them, and their hymns became screams of pain as boots crushed them, bolts tore through them, and chainswords meant for Astartes found softer flesh in the press. A warrior of the reborn hurled himself at a loyal blood angel with a chain blade raised, only for a misaimed bolt shell to pass through his spine and detonate in the crowd behind him. Bodies burst. Blood mist washed over the dais. A child pilgrim tried to crawl beneath a fallen banner and was trampled flat by men rushing to die closer to Arkio. Mephiston moved through the chaos like death given intention. His force sword took a rebel blood angel through the chest, psychic fire burning the warrior's hearts to ash before the body fell. A second came at him with a power axe. Mephiston turned the blade aside and struck the warrior's helm with an open palm. The helmet imploded around the skull inside. He did not rage. He did not shout. He killed with the cold economy of inevitability. Rafen fought back toward Arkio, but the plaza had become a storm of red armor and dead faith. Malachi blocked him at the base of the dais, chainsword in hand, helm lenses burning. "Stand aside," Rafen said. "I cannot. You know this is false. I know you wounded him." Rafen's answer was a bolt pistol shot that took Malachi's chainsword arm at the elbow. The limb spun away, weapon still screaming. Malachi staggered, and Rafen slammed the butt of his pistol into the warrior's helm, dropping him alive but senseless into the blood. Then the word-bearers arrived. They came through the shrine ruins, through tunnels, through hidden gates, through places Steely had left open long before judgment began. Their armor was crimson and brass, darker than Blood Angel's red, covered in scripture and flayed parchment. Cult hosts came with them, masked in skin, carrying flamers, autoguns, and icons made from the bones of Sabian's priests. Dark apostles strode at their center, Crozius heads burning with warp fire, voices rising over the bolter storm in exultant sermon. Behold the harvest, behold the sons of the angel devour themselves. The plaza became three-sided catastrophe. Loyal Blood Angels turned to meet the new enemy. Rebel Blood Angels, some stunned by the sight of traitors entering their holy convocation, fired in confusion. Warriors of the Reborn attacked anything not bearing Arkio's sign. Word-bearers shot into all of them, laughing scripture, carving apart the confused and the devout alike. Flamers washed across pilgrim masses. Heavy bolters soared through ranks of scarlet zealots. Chainswards met chainswards amid toppled statues and burning banners. Steely vanished in the smoke. Arkio stood above the chaos, one hand clamped to the bleeding root of his wounded wing, eyes wide, certainty collapsing and rage rising to replace it. The spear pulsed weakly in his grip. He looked at Raphan. He looked at Mephiston. He looked at the word-bearers emerging from the shrine he had claimed as proof. For the first time, fear crossed his face. Mephiston's voice cut across command vox, ice through blood. All loyal elements hear me. Cyclonic torpedoes are armed aboard the Europae. If this corruption spreads beyond containment, Sabian dies by my order. For one instant, even war seemed to pause around the words. Raphan looked toward him. Mephiston stood amid corpses, his blade dripping, psychic fire burning around him like a funeral halo. Better a shrine world reduced to ash, the Lord of Death said, than the sons of Sanguinius delivered to the enemy. There was the cruelty of the Blood Angels laid bare, not the frenzy, not the red hunger, something colder, salvation by annihilation, a world weighed against a chapter's soul and found expendable. Arkio heard it too. His expression broke into shock, then hatred. No, he breathed. No more judgment from old monsters. He turned and fled, not like a coward, not like prey, like a wounded angel retreating from a heaven that had rejected him. His jump pack roared, augmented by the beat of torn wings, and he launched from the dais into the smoke above the plaza. Blood trailed behind him in a red arc. The spear flashed once, then vanished with him beyond the broken statues and burning shrine roofs. Raphan lurched after him. "My lord," he voxed, breath ragged. "He cannot be allowed to reach the faithful." Mephiston looked at him through smoke and massacre. For a moment, the Lord of Death seemed to see the entire shape of the war and all the deaths required to end it. Then he turned to one of his honor guard. "Your jump pack." The warrior obeyed at once, unclamping the unit from his armor, despite the battle raging around them. Raphan crossed the blood-slick stones as bolter shells cracked past him. The pack was slammed into place against his back, maglocks biting, power feeds sinking with warning growls. Pain flared through his ribs as the harness sealed over damaged plate. Mephiston stepped close enough that only Raphan could hear him beneath the war. "End your brother before I end this world." Raphan took the words without protest. He looked once across the plaza. Loyalists and rebels murdered one another beneath the laughter of word-bearers. Pilgrims died singing. Sabian's cathedrals shook as bombardments and internal charges tore through their foundations. One spire collapsed in the distance, falling slowly through smoke, its stained glass wings shattering into a storm of color before the structure crushed thousands beneath holy stone. Raphan ignited the jump pack. Fire screamed behind him. He launched into the smoke as the cathedral district came apart beneath his boots, rising through ash, falling glass, burning prayer strips, and the red rain of his brother's blood. Rafen flew through Sabian's burning skyline, with the dead rising beneath him in smoke. The jump pack shrieked against the weight of his broken armor, its machine spirit furious at being yoked to a wounded warrior and driven through a city collapsing under its own holiness. Heat hammered against his plate. Warning runes bled red across the edges of his vision. His fractured ribs ground with each breath, and every burst from the pack drove pain through him like nails struck by a hammer. He ignored it. Pain was only the body reciting its limits. Rafen had no use for limits, while Arkio still lived. Sabian was dying beautifully. That made it worse. Cathedral spires stood broken against the smoke-choked heavens, their tips sheared away by falling wreckage from the Amareo and the artillery of brothers killing brothers below. Stained glass windows had melted under fire into rivers of color, flowing down chapel walls in streams of red, blue, gold, and black, as if the saints themselves were liquefying and running from their frames. Statues of Sanguinius toppled from their plinths, wings spread in frozen sorrow, crushing pilgrims who had gathered beneath them to pray. Some mortals died silently under stone. Others screamed hymns until the weight forced the breath from their lungs and left their mouths open around broken praise. Vox litanies looped through static from 1,000 shattered speakers. By his blood we endure. By his blood we endure. By his blood we endure. The words repeated over explosions, over the rattle of bolters, over the wet shriek of chain blades chewing through armor and flesh. Somewhere below, Mephistopheles' loyalists were advancing through the plaza. Somewhere else, Arkio's faithful were dying for a lie with joy in their mouths. Word-bearers moved among them all, turning civil war into scripture written in arterial spray. Rafen saw none of it clearly for long. His world narrowed to the streak of blood across the rooftops ahead. Arkio had passed this way. White feathers drifted in the heated air, some whole, some burned at the edges, some wet and red. They spun through the smoke like fragments of a murdered angel. Rafen followed them past a reliquary dome, split open by shell fire, past a procession bridge sagging under the weight of corpses, past a bell tower whose bells still rang because dying pilgrims pulled the ropes beneath it with hands already slick from their own entrails. A shape crashed down ahead of him. Arkio landed atop the roof of the Cathedral of the Ninth Lamentation, breaking stone beneath golden boots. The impact sent cracks racing across the vaulted surface. Gargoyles and carved angels trembled along the roofline. The cathedral's central spire had already fallen, leaving a jagged stump open to firelit sky. Smoke poured from the wound. Beneath the roof, the nave burned, and the voices of trapped mortals rose through cracks in the stone as faint, high wailing. Arkio stood at the edge of the broken vault, half angel and half abomination. The gold armor had been made for reverence, and war had made it grotesque. Its polished plates were split, dented, blackened, and slick with blood leaking from seams that no blade had touched. The backplate hung open around the roots of his wings, where flesh had overgrown ceramite in raw ridges. The wings themselves were too large now, too heavy, too alive with wrong motion. White feathers remained along the outer spans, but beneath them, bone thickened in ridged plates, and red muscle pulsed openly where Rafen had cut him. One wing folded and unfolded without rhythm, shuddering like a dying thing. The other dragged across the roof, leaving a smear of blood and broken feathers. Arkio's face still held beauty in flashes. When the firelight caught him one way, he looked like every statue of Sanguinius Rafen had ever knelt before. Noble brow, sorrowful eyes, pale skin marked by sacred blood. But then the light shifted, and the beauty thinned. His teeth had lengthened. His jaw moved as if biting down on words too large for his mouth. Black veins branched at his temples and throat, vanishing beneath his gorget. His eyes burned with grief, fury, and something behind both that had never been born on Baal. Rafen came down opposite him, landing hard enough to crack the roof tiles. The jump pack snarled, then settled into a hungry idle. Smoke rolled between the brothers. Below them, the cathedral groaned as fire climbed its inner pillars. For a moment, the war fell away. There was no plaza, no screaming faithful, no word-bearers, no stele, no Mephiston waiting with the authority to burn a world. Only 2 sons of Broken Mesa standing on a dying saint's roof while Sabian collapsed around them. Raphan lowered his bolter slightly. Arkio, his brother's head tilted. Blood ran from his lips and down his chin. You followed? Yes. To kill me. To end this. Arkio laughed, but the sound broke halfway through and became something closer to a cough. Blood spattered the gold across his chest. You always did choose small words for large betrayals. Raphan took a slow step forward. I remember the ridge above the killing flat. I remember Chorus choosing us. I remember you bleeding in the canyon and smiling through it because you thought pain meant you were seen. Arkio's wing twitched. Fresh blood fell in thick drops onto the roof. Do not speak to me of childhood. I remember my brother. My brother would have knelt. No. Raphan's voice hardened. Your brother would have dragged you from this madness before it took your name. Arkio's face twisted, sorrow and hatred pulling against each other until neither looked human. I offered them redemption. You offer them chains and old men's fear. You offered them worship. I offered them an end to shame. You gave them another reason to die. Arkio lifted the spear of Telesto. Its blade pulsed weakly, pale light struggling beneath smoke and blood. They were born to die. All servants of the Imperium are born to die. I gave them meaning. I gave our brothers hope. I gave the sons of Sanguinius a future beyond cages, rights, and the trembling hands of ancient commanders too afraid to believe. Raphan shook his head. You gave chaos a mask. The words landed. Arkio roared and came at him. The spear swept across the rooftop, fast enough to split the smoke. Raphan ignited the jump pack in a short burst and hurled himself backward. The blade passed beneath him, carved through a stone angel behind him, and severed the statue at the waist. Marble wings spun away into the burning nave below, crushing unseen bodies with a wet chorus of screams. Raphan landed on the curve of a roof arch and fired. His bolter kicked in his hand. Shells struck Arkio's chest, shoulder, and thigh, bursting against gold plate and exposed flesh. One round punched through the edge of the wounded wing and detonated, spraying blood, feathers, and strips of red muscle. Arkio staggered, then launched himself upward with jump pack thrust and a brutal beat of his massive wings. He hit Raphan like a falling shrine. They crashed through the roof arch together. Stone powdered beneath. Their weight. Raphan drove a knee into Arkio's abdomen. Arkio answered with the haft of the spear across Raphan's helm, cracking the side of it and sending static screaming through the Vox grill. Raphan tore the damaged helm free and cast it aside before it blinded him. Heat and smoke struck his face. He tasted ash, blood, and the copper tang of his own split mouth. Arkio thrust. Raphan twisted aside, but not cleanly. The spear's edge cut along his left side, slicing through ceramite and the flesh beneath. Blood sprayed in a pressurized burst, hot across his hip. He slammed his combat knife into Arkio's forearm joint. The blade bit, scraped bone, and stuck. Arkio snarled, seized Raphan by the chest plate, and hurled him through a reliquary tower rising from the roof's eastern transept. Raphan smashed through bronze and stained glass. Bones in crystal cases shattered around him. The preserved skulls of long-dead saints burst into powder against his armor. He struck the far wall, cracked it, and fell among holy debris. His vision darkened at the edges. His heart's hammered. The red thirst stirred beneath the pain, offering strength in exchange for surrender. He refused it. Arkio entered through the broken tower wall, wings scraping the sides, gold armor lit by the fires below. "Kneel," Arkio growled. Rafen pushed himself upright. No! Arkio charged again. Rafen met him with discipline, because discipline was all that stood between a blood angel and damnation. He did not try to match Arkio's strength. He redirected it. The spear came down in an overhead stroke. Rafen stepped inside the arc, took the haft against his shoulder, and felt the impact crack armor and bone. He fired his bolt pistol into Arkio's abdomen at point-blank range. One shell detonated against the gold plate. Another found a torn seam and blew inward. Arkio's back arched. Blood and black fluid burst from the wound. Rafen drove his combat knife up beneath Arkio's breastplate. Arkio slammed his forehead into Rafen's face. The world flashed white. Rafen felt his nose break. Teeth loosened. He staggered, and Arkio backhanded him through the tower's broken archway. Rafen fell out into open air above the burning nave, ignited the jump pack by instinct, and spiraled through smoke before crashing onto the main roof again. Arkio followed, but the spear resisted him. The relic flared in his grip, sudden and savage. White heat crawled from the blade down the haft and into Arkio's gauntlets. He screamed, not in glory now, but in naked agony. The gold master crafted gloves began to melt. Sanctified metal ran in bright lines between his fingers. Flesh sizzled beneath it. The smell of cooking meat reached Rafen through the smoke. Arkio tried to hold on. The spear burned hotter. Its light no longer clothed him. It condemned him. The blade shone with a purity that made the roof shadows flee. Arkio's wings snapped wide, trembling, feathers igniting at the edges. He fought the weapon like a warrior fighting a living executioner. His fingers blackened. The gauntlet split. Molten gold dripped onto the cathedral roof, hissing where it struck blood-slick stone. "No," Arkio snarled. "You are mine." The spear answered with white fire. Arkio screamed and released it. The weapon fell to the roof between them, its blade biting into the stone and standing upright, humming, untouched by the blood and ash around it. Final verdict had been given. Arkio was not sanguineous reborn. The knowledge broke something in him. The beauty collapsed. It did not vanish all at once. It peeled away in fragments, like gold leaf burned from rotten wood. Arkio's face lengthened. His mouth split around teeth that were no longer merely sharpened, but predatory, wet, crowded, and eager. His eyes darkened, pupils widening until little pale remained. The black veins along his throat thickened, pulsing with the beat of hearts that no longer sounded steady. His wings hunched around him, less angelic now than carrion vast, twitching and blood-soaked. His hands, freed from their melted gauntlets, ended in fingers curled like claws, nails blackened and hard enough to scrape sparks from stone. Rafen saw the nightmare beneath the nobility. This was the Blood Angel's curse, stripped of art, hymn, oath, and restraint. No chalice, no winged icon, no painted beauty, only hunger wearing the wreckage of a warrior. Arkio launched himself without. The spear. He came with teeth and claws. Rafen fired. The first bolt round tore through Arkio's shoulder. The second struck his chest and burst shallow, throwing blood across the roof. The third missed as Arkio twisted with impossible speed and slammed into him. They went down together, armor grinding on stone. Arkio's claws raked across Rafen's breastplate, gouging through the winged blood drop. His jaws snapped for Rafen's throat. Rafen jammed his forearm beneath Arkio's chin. Teeth closed on ceramite and bit through. Pain flared as fangs pierced the armor seal and sank into flesh. Arkio shook his head like an animal worrying meat. Rafen grunted, brought his pistol up, and fired into Arkio's side until the magazine ran dry. Each shot punched bloody craters through gold and flesh. Arkio did not let go. Rafen drove his thumb into Arkio's wounded wing root. Arkio released him with a howl. Rafen rolled, drew his combat knife, and rose into a crouch. The knife's power field flickered, weakened, but alive. Arkio circled him, hunched, breathing in wet snarls. Blood poured from his wounds. More leaked from beneath his armor seams. He was dying. He was still strong enough to kill. "Brother," Rafen said, though his voice came ragged through blood and smoke. Arkio lunged. Rafen stepped aside and cut across his face. The knife opened Arkio from cheek to jaw, splitting the skin and exposing lengthened teeth beneath. Arkio struck him with one wing, knocking him sideways. Rafen slammed against a stone buttress, felt it crack behind him, and ducked as Arkio's claws tore through the space where his head had been. He drove the knife into Arkio's forearm, twisted, and ripped it free. Blood sprayed across his face. Arkio backhanded him. Rafen fell, rolled, and came up beneath the arc of another strike. He did not think of glory. He did not think of prophecy. He did not think of Sanguinius, except as discipline held against hunger. He watched weight, angle, breath, injury. Arkio favored the wounded wing. His left knee dragged by a fraction. His claws struck wide when rage took him. Rafen let the next blow come. He dropped beneath it, slammed his shoulder into Arkio's midsection, and drove the combat knife deep into the ruined seam beneath the golden breastplate. Arkio convulsed. Rafen twisted the blade and kicked hard into his brother's knee. Arkio stumbled backward. His heels struck loose stone slick with blood. His damaged wings snapped out to balance him, but the muscles failed. He fell sideways toward the upright spear. The weapon moved, not far, not like a thing with muscles or mind as mortals understood them. It shifted within the cracked stone, turning by the smallest degree, the teardrop blade angling to meet the falling body. Arkio struck it chest first. The spear entered beneath the breastplate and burst from his back between the roots of his wings. For an instant, all sound vanished. Arkio hung impaled upon the blade, gold armor split around it, blood pouring down the haft in thick red sheets. His wings opened to their full span, trembling, feathered and monstrous and ruined. The white light of the spear spread through him, not in wrath now, but in terrible clarity. The black veins beneath his skin burned away. The claws loosened. His jaw shortened by degrees. The beast receded from his face, leaving behind pain, horror, and the ghost of the warrior he had been. Rafen stepped closer. Arkio's eyes found him. They were his brother's eyes again, not holy. Nothing taken by such corruption returned clean, but enough for recognition, enough for grief. "Rafen," Arkio whispered, "I am here." Arkio looked down at the spear through his chest. Blood bubbled at his lips. His hands twitched around the blade, but did not try to pull it free. "I heard him," he said. Rafen said nothing. "I thought it was our father." The cathedral groaned beneath them. Flames climbed through the cracks in the roof. Far below, the war still raged, but up there the world had narrowed to two brothers and the weapon between them. Arkio's breath hitched. I wanted it to be him. I know. I wanted the curse to mean something. Rafen closed his eyes for a heartbeat. When he opened them, Arkio was staring at him with desperate lucidity. I damned myself. Yes, I damned them. Yes. Arkio swallowed blood. The chapter. Rafen did not soften the truth. You betrayed it. Arkio's face folded around the words, not in anger now, but in understanding. The agony of the spear was nothing beside that. Chaos wore my longing, he whispered, and I called it destiny. Rafen stepped close enough to place one gauntlet against Arkio's shoulder. The flesh beneath the broken armor was hot, slick, and trembling. Arkio's voice became smaller. Not mortal, never mortal, but stripped of divinity, stripped of command, stripped of the theater that had made worlds kneel. Forgive me. Rafen looked at the brother he had loved, the false angel he had hunted, the corpse history would remember with shame, if it remembered him at all. I forgive you, brother. Arkio's eyes closed. Rafen's voice hardened, because mercy without truth was another lie. The chapter will not. Arkio exhaled once. His wings sagged. His body slackened against the spear. The light faded. Rafen stood there in the smoke, one hand on his dead brother's shoulder, until a shell struck somewhere below and the entire cathedral shifted under him. Stone cracked outward from the roof's central wound. The dying saint was coming apart. He took the spear's haft in both hands. For a moment, he could not move it, not because it resisted, because Arkio's weight hung upon it, because blood made his grip slick, because his ribs were broken and his arm was torn where Arkio's teeth had pierced him, because some part of him, weak and foolish, and still the boy from Broken Mesa, did not want to tear the final truth from his brother's body. Then he pulled. The spear came free in a rush of blood. Arkio's corpse collapsed forward. Rafen caught him before he struck the roof. He lifted the body over one shoulder, gold armor dragging, broken wings trailing across the stone. Feathers tore loose and scattered into the firelit wind. The cathedral's roof split behind him. Rafen turned toward the battlefield. Smoke swallowed the plaza. Cathedrals burned. Brothers still killed brothers. Word-bearers still laughed in the ruins. Mephiston still waited with cyclonic judgment above the world. Rafen tightened his grip on the spear of Telesto in one hand and carried Arkio's corpse back toward the war. The civil war below had become a furnace that fed on red armor. Sabian's Grand Plaza was gone as a place of worship. It had become a slaughter pit, roofed by smoke, falling ash, and the burning wreckage of loyal ships. Loyal blood angels and rebel blood angels killed one another beneath the eyes of shattered saints, their bolters speaking at ranges so close that every shot blew fragments of ceramite, bone, and transhuman meat across the warriors beside them. Red plates split under red fire. Gold icons were hacked from shoulders by chainswords. Helm lenses shattered beneath fists. The sons of Sanguinius, made to be the Emperor's wrath against Xenos, traitor, and demon, now butchered their own reflections in the smoke. The warriors of the reborn died in their thousands around them. They died chanting. They died screaming. They died trying to touch the boots of the Astartes who killed them. Scarlet-armored pilgrims threw themselves into bolter fire, believing their blood might sanctify the stones. Shenlongi fanatics dragged burning banners through lanes of crossfire until mass reactive shells opened them from throat to pelvis. Aspirants with chain blades charged space marines and were pulped by backhands, crushed beneath boots, or split apart by shots that detonated inside their narrow chests. Priests with flayed backs and iron halos crawled over heaps of bodies, still shrieking Arkio's names as their congregations were reduced to meat around them. The word-bearers advanced through the chaos like butchers walking through a market of exposed flesh. They came in disciplined knots, dark red and brass, scripture plates clicking against their armor, demon flamer units washing shrine steps with warp fire. Their cultists followed behind them, throwing hooked chains into crowds, dragging the wounded back for sacrifice, or simply cutting throats where they lay. Dark apostles raised Crozius heads above the carnage and laughed prayers into the vox, turning every blood angel's death into a line of sermon. The shrine districts of Sabian collapsed around them. Artillery from the loyalist landing zones pounded rebel strongpoints hidden in reliquary towers. Rebel guns answered from chapel batteries and pilgrim bastions. Orbital shockwaves rolled across the city when void shields flared and failed overhead. Cathedral roofs caved in under falling debris from the Amareo. Marble angels toppled in slow ruin, crushing mobs of faithful beneath wings larger than hab blocks. Bells rang without hands pulling them, shaken by bombardment until their bronze throats cracked. Rafen descended through that ruin with Arkio's corpse over his shoulder and the spear of Telesto in his right hand. The jump pack on his back coughed fire and died as he struck the broken steps of the plaza. He landed badly, one knee hitting stone, ribs flaring with pain so fierce that his vision whitened. Arkio's body slid from his shoulder and struck the ground beside him with the heavy finality of dead armor. The broken wings spread across the blood-slick steps, one twisted beneath the corpse, the other unfurling in a ruined sweep of white feathers, red muscle, and blackening bone. For a moment, no one noticed. War did not stop because one brother had died. Bolters hammered, chainswords howled, flamers roared over crowds. A rebel blood angel drove a power sword through a loyalist's chest and was cut in half by a heavy bolter burst before he could withdraw the blade. A word-bearer lifted a pilgrim preacher by the throat and crushed the man's head with slow, ceremonial pressure. A Baal predator shell burst somewhere beyond the plaza and filled the air with stone dust and screams. Rafen rose. He planted the spear's butt into the stone and used it to force himself upright. Blood ran from the bite wounds on his arm, from the cut along his side, from the split skin of his face. He tasted iron and ash. His left hand seized Arkio by the collar of the ruined golden breastplate. Then he dragged his brother's corpse up the steps. A rebel blood angel turned first, then another. Then Malachi, one arm gone at the elbow, helm cracked and lenses dimmed, looked toward Rafen and froze. Rafen reached the dais where Arkio had once stood in radiance. The statue of Sanguinius above it was split through the face, one marble eye missing, one wing shattered. Vode's blood still marked the stone. Gallio's body had been taken by loyal hands or lost beneath the carnage. Satiel lay where he had fallen, white armor painted red from the inside out, the ruin of his skull hidden beneath a cloak some surviving priest had placed over him before dying nearby. Rafen lifted Arkio's body with both hands. The effort nearly tore consciousness from him. His muscles shook, his broken ribs ground. The corpse was armored in gold and heavy with dead transhuman flesh. But rage gave him no strength. Duty did. Duty was colder, and colder things endure. He cast Arkio's corpse down before the rebellious blood angels. The body struck the stone and rolled onto its back. The wings spread wide. The lie was visible at last. Gold armor had split across the chest and back, revealing the ruin beneath. Arkio's face, no longer upheld by sorcery and delusion, had fallen into a half-human, half-bestial shape. The beauty of Sanguinius's line twisted by lengthened teeth, blackened veins, and skin drawn too tight across the skull. The wing roots were monstrous, forced through flesh that had not been created to bear them. Beneath the white feathers lay cartilage, exposed bone, torn muscle, and dark growths that pulsed once, twice, then stilled. His hands were not the hands of a Primarch reborn. They were claws curled in death around nothing. Rafen raised the spear. "Look upon him!" he voxed across every open channel his armor could still seize. "Look upon the reborn angel." The words carried through static, gunfire, and the shrieking of dying men. "Look upon what you followed." The effect was more devastating than artillery. Rebel blood angels stopped fighting, not all at once, never cleanly. One still fired 3 rounds into a loyal brother before his mind caught up with his eyes. Another drove his chainsword halfway through a word-bearer's abdomen and simply froze, leaving the traitor screaming against the spinning teeth. But across the inner plaza, red helms turned toward the dais. Warriors who had knelt before Arkio saw the corpse. They saw the mutation. They saw the claws. They saw the torn wings and the blackened veins and the ruin beneath the golden armor. Some fell silent. Some removed their helmets, as if suddenly unable to breathe inside them. Their faces were pale, horrified, too young despite centuries of war. One brother dropped to his knees and pressed both hands to his eyes, whispering the catechism of absolution over and over until his voice broke. Another stared at Arkio's corpse and then turned his bolter on the nearest warriors of the reborn, cutting down the mortals who were still screaming praise toward the body. The first execution began a chain of them. Rebel blood angels who could not bear the sound of Arkio's name fired into the faithful at point-blank range. A pilgrim host surged forward crying that the corpse was a test, that the Pure One had shed false flesh, that Rafen was the murderer of hope. They died under bolters held by the very warriors they had worshipped minutes before. Bodies burst open across the steps. Arms flew. Heads vanished. A priest reached Arkio's wing and clasped a bloody feather to his mouth before Malachi shot him through the spine. The shell detonated in the priest's chest and blew him across the corpse like a rag full of red water. Others screamed because they had no language left. They had fired upon Gallio's men. They had obeyed Arkio's false command. They had watched the Amario burn. They had let hope become treachery. They had murdered brothers for a puppet. One rebel sergeant tore the gold wing marking from his pauldron with his bare hand, ripping paint, sealant, and ceramite layers away until his gauntlet came back bloody from the force of it. "By Sanguinius," he whispered, "what have we done?" The warriors of the Reborn did not break cleanly. Many had no truth left except devotion, and truth denied becomes frenzy. They attacked the dais in a red wave, not only against Raphan, but against Arkio's corpse, against repentant blood angels, against anyone whose eyes held horror instead of belief. Chain blades shrieked, laser guns cracked, flamers coughed streams of fire over the steps. A group of aspirants hurled themselves at Arkio's body, trying to drag it back beneath their banner. Raphan shot two apart with a fallen bolt pistol before the weapon clicked empty. The third reached Arkio's broken wing and began sobbing into the bloody feathers. Malachi crushed the aspirant's skull beneath his boot. He looked at Raphan then. For the first time since Shenlong, he met his eyes. No apology came. None would have been sufficient. Malachi simply turned toward the word-bearer line and charged with one arm. No chainsword, no bolter, only a combat blade drawn in his remaining hand, and shame driving him faster than hope ever had. The rebel blood angels followed. They did not ask forgiveness. They did not receive orders. They renounced Arkio by turning their weapons upon the enemy that had used them, and the manner of their renunciation was savage enough to make even loyal brothers step aside. They fought as if every word-bearer throat held a drop of absolution. They fought as if death was not punishment enough unless it was earned in close combat. They threw themselves into the traitor lines with suicidal shame, striking through cult mobs, demon fire, and heavy bolter lanes without slowing. Mephiston saw the fracture become reversal. He did not smile. The Lord of Death stood amid the loyalist advance, his force sword trailing blue flame, his eyes cold beneath the shadow of his psychic hood. Around him, blood angels regrouped into killing formations, the Vox cleared by force of command. "All loyal elements," Mephiston said. "The idol is dead. The traitors stand revealed. Kill the word-bearers. Spare only those brothers who turn their blades outward. All others die." That was mercy by blood angels' measure. The counter-offensive began as a storm from above. Assault squads descended through smoke and burning prayer banners, jump packs roaring, red armor dropping into word-bearer formations with the impact of meteors. Chainswords ignited in unison. Traitor cultists vanished beneath them, bodies chopped into fountains of meat. A word-bearer champion lifted his accursed mace to challenge a descending sergeant and was split from collar to groin before the words left his vox grill. Another traitor took a chainsword through the side of the helm, the teeth chewing through skull and brain until the weapon burst out the other side in a spray of grey pulp. Where control was already lost, the Death Company were unleashed. They came in black, armor marked with red crosses, chaplains driving them forward with litanies, their minds not on Sabian, but on terror, not on word-bearers, but on Horus. They hit the Chaos flank like a nightmare the chapter had kept chained too long. One black-armored warrior tore a cultist in half with his hands and used the upper torso as a bludgeon until it came apart. Another leapt upon a word-bearer dreadnought, pounding at the sarcophagus plate with a thunderhammer while screaming the name of the angel until his vox grill distorted into animal static. They were not soldiers in that moment. They were wounds given armor. Baal predators raked the outer shrine approaches with assault cannons, their barrels shrieking as they spat streams of explosive shells into word-bearer mobs. Entire ranks disintegrated under the fire. Bodies were shredded so completely that the stone behind them turned red before fragments hit the ground. Heavy bolters added their thunder, cutting down cultists attempting to flee through reliquary gardens. Land raiders advanced like moving cathedrals, Lascannons burning traitor armor into molten ruin. Then the dreadnoughts came. Ancient blood angels entombed in sarcophagi strode through the smoke, their voices booming from speakers like the anger of buried saints. One seized a word-bearer by the torso in a fist the size of a shrine door and closed it slowly, crushing ceramite, ribs, hearts, and spine into a dripping mass. Another drove its blood fist through a demon engine's maw and tore out machinery that screamed with more than metal. A third walked through a storm of rockets, armor cracking but not stopping, and brought its assault cannon to bear on a dark apostle's retinue. The apostle vanished in a red fog of pulverized armor and flesh, his sermon ending as wet static. Garen tried to exploit the confusion. The word-bearer commander had expected fracture, panic, self-destruction. He had expected the sons of Sanguinius to drown in guilt, to turn upon one another again, to leave the ritual field open for completion. He had not expected shame to become unity. He had not expected the blood angels to turn their self-hatred outward with such purity of violence. The chaos line folded under jump pack strikes and close combat fury. Repentant rebels were the worst of them. They did not preserve themselves. They did not fall back when wounded. They did not call for medici extraction. A rebel veteran with half his face burned away tackled a word-bearer into a burning reliquary pit and held him there until both stopped moving. Malachi, bleeding from the stump of his lost arm, drove his combat blade into the eye lens of a traitor sergeant and kept stabbing long after the body had fallen. Others charged heavy weapons nests head-on, soaking fire so loyal squads could flank and destroy them. Rafen fought beside them without speaking. The spear of Telesto burned in his hand, not with the false glare it had shown for Arkio, but with a colder, truer light. Word-bearers recoiled from it. Some cursed, some laughed, some tried to name it a stolen relic. Rafen gave them no answer, but death. The blade passed through corrupted plate and left white fire in its wake. A traitor struck him with a chain axe, opening his side further. Rafen rammed the spear through the warrior's throat and lifted until the head tore free from the body in a burst of black blood and cable. Above Sabian, the void mirrored the ground war. The Belus and the Europae faced one another under the shadow of betrayal, their gun crews uncertain for only the span of a breath before Mephiston's command signals forced clarity. The Belus, wounded by its own divided command and haunted by the order that had destroyed the Amareo, swung its batteries away from loyalist approach vectors and toward the Chaos cruiser Misericorde as the word-bearer vessel emerged from occult concealment beyond Sabian's moon. The Misericorde was a cathedral of blasphemy in iron form, its hull dark red and black, its prow carved into the shape of a screaming saint. Launch bays opened along its flanks, releasing attack craft that fell upon the loyal ships like swarms of razors. Lance fire crossed the void. Torpedoes bloomed in silence against shields. The Europae took hits along its starboard armor and answered with disciplined fury, sending boarding torpedoes toward the enemy cruiser, while its macro batteries hammered the Misericorde's gun decks. The Belus, seeking perhaps redemption through targeting solutions, fired full broadsides into the Chaos vessel's flank, tearing open armor and venting traitor crew into space. For a time, all three vessels fought amid the burning debris of the Amareo. The sky above Sabian flashed with impact light. Attack craft dueled among falling wreckage. Boarding alarms screamed across vox bands. The Misericorde tried to close for a crippling strike against the Belus, but the Europae cut across its approach and punished it with lance fire that opened the traitor cruiser from prow to mid-spine. Still, it did not die. Word-bearer ships were as stubborn as their sermons. At last, bleeding atmosphere and flame, its launch bays ruined and its shields failing, The Misericord withdrew behind a screen of sacrificial escorts and burning debris. It fled not in terror, but because the true ritual had moved below. Steely stood at the heart of the ruined plaza, with no more need for masks. His robes were torn, blood marked his face. One of his servo skulls lay crushed at his feet, still twitching. Around him, Blood Angel's trauma filled the air like incense. Grief, shame, rage, fratricide, faith betrayed, hope murdered, brothers killing brothers, sons of Sanguinius seeing once more that the face of love could become the face of damnation. This was the harvest. Rafen saw him from across the battlefield, and even through the smoke, he knew the man was no longer pretending. Steely's posture had changed. The careful humility was gone. The pious restraint had fallen away like discarded skin. He stood too straight, his limbs held at angles slightly wrong for human flesh. His smile widened beyond dignity. Shadows moved beneath his skin as if many small things crawled there, searching for exits. A loyal blood angel fired at him. The bolts stopped in the air before impact, spinning slowly in front of Steely's chest. He looked at them with mild amusement. Then the shells reversed and flew back into the warrior who had fired them. They detonated inside his torso, blowing his backplate open and scattering organs across the stones. Steely raised both hands. The air above him tore, not openly at first. Reality resisted, stretching thin as parchment pulled too tight over a blade. The screams of the dying bent toward him. Vox channels filled with overlapping voices, some pleading, some laughing, some speaking in the tones of dead brothers. Blood on the plaza began to move, drawn into thin streams that crawled toward the Inquisitor's boots. The names of Sanguinius, Arkio, Dante, Horus, and the Emperor tangled together in the static until they became one sound. Mephiston turned. His face darkened. "Rafen," he voxed. "To me." Rafen was already moving. Steely's body arched backward. His mouth opened, and another voice came through it. It was vast, amused, feathered with cruelty, and old enough to make the stones seem young. "Little angels," it said through Steely's bleeding lips, "how brightly you break." The Inquisitor's flesh split along the throat, then the chest, not as a wound, but as a door opening. Light poured out, blue, violet, gold, colors that hurt to see and had no place in sane reality. His hands lengthened. His eyes became many eyes, blinking through the torn skin of his face. For a heartbeat, Steely was still visible inside the transformation, a human mask stretched around something too large to fit. Then Malphalax looked out. The Lord of Change did not fully manifest, not yet, but its presence filled the plaza. A beaked shadow unfolded behind Steely, crowned in fire, winged in impossible angles, its feathers made from scripture, eyes, and knives of color. The demon's laughter rolled through the bones of every blood angel present. Arkio was never the prize, Malphalax said. He was the doorway. Rafen gripped the spear until his broken gauntlet creaked. The demon's gaze moved across the blood angels, loyal and repentant alike, lingering on their wounds, their shame, their hunger, the red curse beating in every one of them. "Your father died once," it whispered, "but his death lives in all of you. That is the altar. That is the gate. One false angel was nothing. I came for the rage beneath every wing." Malphalax opened the wound inside the sons of Sanguinius. It did not cast the spell like a mortal witch hurling flame from trembling hands. It sang the curse out of them. It reached through Steely's ruined body with 1,000 unseen talons and plucked the red string that ran through every blood angel heart. The air above the plaza buckled. Stained glass melted backward into impossible shapes. Blood lifted from the stones in trembling beads and hung there, each drop reflecting not Sabian, not the burning shrine world, but another place entirely. A palace wall beneath a poisoned sky, a golden angel broken upon black iron, a traitor smiling with the face of a brother. The black rage came down upon the battlefield like a second atmosphere. Rafen felt it strike the others before it fully touched him. Loyalists and repentant rebels faltered together. Warriors who had faced demons, Xenos horrors, and the grinding attrition of centuries suddenly staggered as if shot through the soul. Helm lenses turned not toward the word-bearers, but toward phantoms only they could see. Bolters lowered, then rose again. Chainswords snarled in shaking hands. Some screamed once, others began to whisper. Horus! The name spread like infection. Horus! 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 Sabian vanished for them. The broken plaza became the walls of the Emperor's palace. The smoke became the dust of terror. The word-bearer's red armor became the armor of the arch-traitor. The bodies of pilgrims became the corpses of loyal defenders beneath the final siege. Every blood angel saw his father die, not as history, not as legend, as memory written into blood, awakened and sharpened until it cut thought apart. A loyal sergeant tore his helm free and clawed at his own face, nails scraping skin from cheekbone as he screamed at something above him. A repentant rebel drove his chainsword into a word-bearer's abdomen, ripped upward through corrupted plate, then turned and attacked the blood angel beside him because the warrior's shadow looked wrong through smoke. Two brothers crashed together among the dead pilgrims, punching, stabbing, biting through armor seals, each snarling the same hated name. A Death Company warrior broke from his chaplain's control, leapt upon a fallen statue, and beat its marble face into powder, while howling that the traitor would not rise again. The word-bearers laughed until the madness reached them in the form of blood angels' blades. Then they died. The plaza became terror in the minds of angels, and terror demanded blood. Malphalax towered in partial manifestation above Steely's splitting flesh, vast in suggestion, though not yet wholly born into reality. Its beaked shadow spread across the smoke. Wings of color and eyes unfolded behind it, each feather a fragment of blasphemous scripture, each gaze reflecting a different doomed future. Steely's body hung beneath it like a puppet whose strings had been threaded through bone. His skin had torn from throat to sternum, and the demon's light shone through the opening. His hands bent backward, his mouth stretched too wide around laughter that no human throat should have carried. Yes, Malphalax crooned. Remember him. Remember the War Master. Remember the claw. Remember the blood on the deck. Remember how your father fell. Remember that you were born too late to save him. A blood angel nearby emptied his bolter into the corpse of a dead pilgrim, each shell tearing the body apart, while he screamed that Horus would not feign death again. Another seized a word-bearer by the helm and smashed his faceplate against the stone until both helmets cracked and the traitor's skull became liquid inside its casing. A third fell to his knees, laughing and sobbing, both hands locked around his own throat as if trying to choke the visions out. Mephiston staggered. That sight chilled Rafen more deeply than Malphalax's voice. The Lord of Death, who had survived the Black Rage and returned from it changed beyond comfort, took one step back as if struck by a titan's fist. His force sword dipped. Psychic fire guttered along its edge. The darkness around him convulsed, no longer controlled but torn open from within. His eyes widened, and for the first time Rafen saw not the cold master of death, but a son of Sanguinius, staring into the same abyss as all the rest. No, Mephiston whispered. The word was not denial, it was warning. Malphalax turned its many hidden eyes upon him. Even you, the demon said with delight, especially you. Mephiston's lips drew back from his teeth. His face became a mask of old agony, not fear, but recognition. The wound he had conquered was still there. Conquest had not erased it. It had built walls around it, and Malphalax had set every wall aflame. Psychic force burst from him uncontrolled, blasting corpses, traitors, and loyal warriors alike away from his position. A nearby word-bearer ignited without being touched, his armor glowing from within before his flesh boiled out through the seals. 3 warriors of the Reborn were hurled into a broken shrine wall and burst apart on impact. Then Mephiston looked at Rafen and did not see Rafen. He saw Horus. Rafen felt the gaze strike him. He nearly drowned beneath it. The hatred in Mephiston's eyes was not personal, not sane, not of this battlefield. It was the hatred of a dying Primarch echoing through 10,000 years of suns. It was grief sharpened into murder. It was the chapter's greatest terror made flesh, that even its strongest survivor might fall. Rafen gripped the spear of Telesto. The relic burned cold in his hands. The black rage clawed at him. He felt it. He saw flashes at the edge of sight. Bronze walls, fire, a shadow with talons, wings broken, blood across a deck that was not Sabian stone. The visions called to him with voices older than memory. They offered certainty, and certainty was one of the deadliest temptations. But the spear anchored him, not gently. Its light hurt. It burned through the fog in his mind and cut away lies without caring how much flesh of the soul came with them. Arkio's corpse still lay near the dais, broken and exposed, a warning made of blood and bone. Rafen remembered his brother begging forgiveness. He remembered the boy on Baal Secundus. He remembered hope becoming rot, because no one had hated false glory quickly enough. He would not worship another vision. He would not kneel to grief. Around him, angels went mad. Rafen advanced. Every step toward Malphalax was a war. A repentant blood angel came at him from the side, power sword raised, screaming Horus's name. Rafen turned the strike with the spear's haft and slammed his shoulder into the warrior's chest, knocking him aside without killing him. A Death Company warrior vaulted through smoke, thunderhammer descending toward Rafen's skull. Rafen threw himself under the blow, felt the hammer shatter the stone behind him, and drove the butt of the spear into the warrior's knee hard enough to break the joint. The black-armored angel fell, still clawing forward, still lost on terror. A word-bearer champion tried to bar his path. The traitor laughed behind a helm carved with scripture. "Come then, loyal dog, let your curse finish what our sermon began." Rafen drove the spear through him without slowing. The blade entered the champion's breastplate, and white fire burst from his back. The word-bearer's laughter became a scream, then smoke. His armor collapsed inward, empty and glowing along the edges. Rafen tore the spear free and kept walking. Malphalax extended one vast shadow wing. Reality bent around it. The plaza stretched impossibly, becoming longer with every stride. The demon's many eyes opened across the air, each one showing Rafen a different failure. Arkio crowned in fire, Dante dead beneath the spear, Mephiston leading a black-armored host through Baal's halls, Rafen himself kneeling before the demon, weeping with gratitude. "Little brother," Malphalax said, wearing Arkio's voice for a heartbeat, "you are tired. Let the old wound speak. It knows you better than duty does." Rafen answered with a bolter round from a fallen pistol at his feet. The shot vanished into warp light before touching the demon. Malphalax laughed. Rafen charged. The spear blazed. White fire met warp color at the center of the plaza. The impact did not sound like weapons striking. It sounded like a chapel full of glass saints shattering at once. The spear's blade drove into Steely's body, where the demon pressed through him, and for one instant, man, monster, relic, and bloodline were locked together in a knot of light. Steely screamed. His voice returned to him at the end. Not the demon's amusement, not the pious counterfeit. His own voice, small, shredded, terrified. His flesh blackened around the spear. The rosette at his breast melted, running like silver tears down his ruined robes. His eyes burst one by one, and from each socket poured colored flame. Fingers split, ribs opened. His spine arched so violently that vertebrae punched through his back. Malphalax shrieked in delight and rage. The demon tried to withdraw through the same wound it had made, but the spear held it. White fire crawled up the beaked shadow, burning through impossible feathers, igniting eyes, boiling colors into ash. Word-bearers nearby fell to their knees mid-prayer as the backlash struck them. Their scripture strips burst into flame. Their tongues turned to white ash in their mouths. One dark apostle lifted his crozius and began a curse, only for his entire body to flash burn, armor and flesh consumed together until nothing remained but his shadow smoking on the stones. The plaza detonated in psychic force. Blood angels were thrown from their feet. Warriors of the reborn flew like broken dolls. Stone wings cracked from statues and rained down in lethal fragments. Rafen felt the spear tear at his hands as if a star had been chained to the blade. He held on. His wounded arm split open again. Blood poured down the haft. His teeth cracked under the pressure of his clenched jaw. Malphalax's voice broke into 1,000 voices. You cannot kill the wound. You cannot bury the father. You cannot chain what you are. Rafen drove the spear deeper. I can deny you. The white fire became unbearable. Steely's body came apart around the blade. Flesh tore away in strips. Bone ignited. The demon's half-formed manifestation convulsed, folding inward, wings collapsing into light, beak splitting into smoke, eyes bursting like stars drowned in milk. Malphalax was not slain. Things of the warp did not die cleanly in the manner of flesh. It was banished, hurled backward through the wound it had opened, screaming promises, prophecies, and laughter that became thinner and thinner until reality sealed over it like scar tissue. The final shockwave threw Rafen across the dais. He struck stone beside Arkio's corpse and lay there with the spear still clutched in one hand. For a moment, he could not breathe. The world pulsed red and white. His heart's hammered out of rhythm. His armor screamed warnings he could not read. Malphalax was gone. The black rage remained. The demon had rung the curse like a bell, and the sound still lived inside every blood angel present. The visions did not vanish with their master. They kept burning. Brothers still killed brothers. Death Company warriors still howled at ghosts. Repentant rebels swung chainswords at shadows. Loyalists fired into anything that moved, because every silhouette wore Horus's shape. The word-bearers who survived crawled back, broken and burning, but the blood angels were still drowning. Rafen pushed himself upright. Then Mephiston came for him. The Lord of Death moved through the smoke with his force sword raised, face emptied of recognition, eyes blazing with the black fire of the rage. Around him, psychic pressure crushed loose stone into powder. His lips moved around words that belonged to the final battle of another age. "Traitor," Mephiston said. Rafen barely lifted the spear in time. Mephiston's sword struck the haft and drove Rafen to one knee. The impact sent pain through his arm so violently that he nearly lost the weapon. Mephiston bore down, inhuman strength magnified by psychic fury and the old curse. Rafen stared up into his face and saw the disaster unfolding. If Mephiston fell fully, no warrior on Sabian could stop him. If the Lord of Death became a conduit for the rage rather than its master, the Europe would fire. Sabian would die. Perhaps the chapter's secret wound would widen beyond recovery. Killing Malphalax was not enough. The curse had to be mastered. Rafen let Mephiston force the spear aside, then dropped beneath the sword's next cut. The blade passed over him and carved a smoking wound through the dais stone. Rafen rose inside Mephiston's guard, both hands closing on the spear. He did not thrust for the heart. He did not strike as an executioner. He struck as a desperate son, placing faith in a relic that had rejected a false angel and spared true blood. The spear pierced Mephiston beneath the clavicle, not deep enough to kill, deep enough to burn. White light flooded the Lord of Death. Mephiston froze. His mouth opened, and the scream that came from him was not mortal, not entirely Astartes, not merely pain. It was the sound of a sealed tomb being forced open from within. Psychic fire erupted around him, blue and white and red, writhing together. Rafen held the spear in place as Mephiston's gauntlet closed around his throat. The grip tightened. Ceramite cracked. Rafen's vision darkened. "Master yourself," Rafen rasped, "or kill us all." Mephiston's eyes locked onto his. For one heartbeat, the Lord of Death saw Horus. Then he saw Rafen. Recognition returned like a blade drawn from a wound. Mephiston seized the spear with his own hand and drove the light deeper into himself. His body arched. Psychic power blasted outward, but this time it carried order. It moved through the plaza not as fire, but as command, a pressure of will immense enough to crush madness against the walls of the soul. The black rage fought him. The dead memory of Sanguinius screamed in every sun. Mephiston answered with silence, discipline, and the terrible authority of one who had walked through that hell and returned bearing its chains. One by one, blood angels faltered. A warrior about to bring his chainsword down on a brother stopped with the teeth touching the other's gorget. A Death Company Marine collapsed to his knees, hammer falling from numb hands. Malachi, bleeding from a dozen wounds, lowered his combat knife from the throat of a dead word-bearer and began to shake. Loyalists staggered, helms turning as Sabian returned around them. The plaza became the plaza again. The walls of terror receded. The arch-traitor vanished back into blood memory. The victory was not slaughter. It was restraint, dragged back from the abyss by force. Mephiston tore himself from the spear and remained standing only because he refused to fall. Blood ran down his armor from the wound. His face was deathly pale. His eyes were his own. "Finish it," he said. The remaining word-bearers were annihilated or routed without speeches. The blood angels became executioners cleaning a wound. No prisoners were taken from among those who bore corruption. No pleas were weighed. No sermon was permitted to finish. Assault squads swept the eastern shrine ruins, killing every traitor they found beneath collapsed arches and burning reliquaries. Devastators cut down retreating cult mobs with heavy bolters until the avenues became red channels clogged with torn bodies. Baal predators advanced through smoke and raked the last word-bearer positions with assault cannon fire, reducing barricades, bodies, and icons to powder and meat. Dreadnoughts walked the central plaza, crushing the wounded traitors beneath their fists or burning them out of sanctuaries with heavy flamers. The warriors of the reborn broke. Some surrendered, throwing down chain blades and pressing bloody faces to the stone. Some fled into the ruins and were hunted by serfs, scouts, and Shenlongi survivors who now feared the name they had worshipped. Some continued to attack Arkio's corpse, Rafen, Mephiston, or any blood angel who denied the reborn angel, and those died under bolter and flame. Their devotion did not protect them. Their ignorance did not absolve them. In the Imperium, innocence was often only another body awaiting fire. When the last organized resistance ended, Sabian did not cheer. It smoked. Arkio's remains were burned before dawn, though dawn came grey beneath the ash in the sky. The pyre was built in a broken reliquary court, away from the plaza where he had claimed divinity. No honor guard stood for him. No triumphal banner marked the place. Yet neither was his corpse thrown into a pit with the word-bearers. Rafen insisted upon the fire, and Mephiston did not deny him. They laid Arkio upon black wood, taken from shattered chapel doors. His golden armor had been stripped of its false regalia, but not removed entirely. The broken wings were folded as best they could be, though one would not lie flat and had to be weighed with stone. His face had been covered with a red cloth, not to hide the shame. All who remained had seen it. The cloth was for the brother who had died before the monster fully owned him. Surviving blood angels gathered in silence. Loyalists, repentant rebels, wounded veterans, warriors missing arms, eyes, faith. Some removed their helms, some could not. Malachi stood with his stump sealed in black medical resin, staring at the pyre as if he expected Arkio to rise and condemn him. Mephiston watched from the edge of the court, unreadable, a fresh wound sealed beneath his armor. The spear of Telesto rested in Rafen's hands, point down. No one looked away when the flame was lit. The fire took slowly at first, then with hunger. It climbed the chapel wood, licked at gold, blackened feathers, and turned white wings into curling ash. The smell was quiet and cruel. Burned ceramite, funeral resin, cooked meat, and the last traces of incense trapped in the broken court. Rafen watched his brother become smoke. He did not pray for Arkio's honor. Honor was gone. He prayed that whatever remained of the boy from Baal Secundus had been heard before the end. Ash rose into the grey air. No one sang. When the fire burned low, Rafen turned from it and found Mephiston watching him. "You will come to Baal," the Lord of Death said. It was not invitation. Rafen bowed his head. "By your command." Baal received him without celebration. The halls of the Blood Angels were beautiful enough to make the memory of Sabian seem obscene, and yet Rafen knew better than to trust beauty now. Marble angels watched him from alcoves. Golden lamps burned before relics. Red banners hung in still air. Serfs moved in reverent silence, and distant choirs murmured hymns for the dead. Every surface spoke of nobility, sacrifice, and the long sorrow of the chapter. Beneath it all, the beast waited. Rafen entered Dante's chamber wounded, repaired, and not healed. His armor had been cleansed, but not fully restored. Some scars remained in the ceramite by choice or by order. He did not know which. The spear of Telesto had already been surrendered to the chapter's keeping. Its absence made his hands feel strangely empty. Dante stood before him in gold. Not false gold, not hungry gold. The burdened gold of command endured past any sane measure of mercy. The chapter master wore his death mask, and through it he looked less like a ruler than a monument that had learned to suffer. Mephiston stood in shadow nearby. Rafen knelt. For a long time, Dante said nothing. The silence held Arkio, Sachiel, Voda, Gallio, the Amareo, the brothers slain by brothers, the pilgrims burned by faith, Sabian almost condemned to cyclonic fire, and the shame that would be sealed in vaults, reports, oaths, and memories no mortal historian would ever be permitted to touch. At last, Dante spoke. "You preserved the chapter." Rafen did not lift his head. "I killed my brother." "Yes." "I failed to save him before that became necessary." "Yes." The honesty was not cruelty. It was respect. Dante descended the steps before his throne and stood over him. "Rise, Rafen." He rose. The chapter master regarded him through the golden mask. "You will be named savior by some. Do not believe them too readily. You will be hated by others. Do not let that become your comfort. What happened was not ended on Sabian. It was survived." Rafen met the mask's hollow eyes. "And Arkio?" Dante's voice lowered. "His name will be sealed where it must be sealed, remembered where it must be remembered, forgotten where forgetting protects the sons who remain." That was the mercy of the Blood Angels, a blade laid carefully across the throat of truth. Rafen bowed his head. "By his blood, we endure." Dante did not answer at once. When he did, his voice carried the weight of every beautiful lie the chapter had ever needed, and every brutal truth it had ever buried. "By his blood, we endure." There was no feast, no victory procession, no hymn of triumph rising through Baal's towers. The chapter survived, and survival was not the same as glory. The Blood Angels remained powerful enough to shatter armies, cruel enough to burn worlds to preserve their own soul, and cursed enough that their greatest enemy would always know the shape of their father's face. Rafen left Dante's chamber alone, walking beneath marble wings and red banners, carrying another secret wound into the long darkness of the 41st millennium.